2, 3.
When you start to question the whole thing, it unwinds. Behold the great deception. Traversing throughout time. If there's a grip upon your mind, cause at the mere suggestion it leaves you all entwined. I've been searching round for curvature, but there ain't none to see. No matter where I let my head turn, seems awfully flat to me. Will you start to question the shackles of your mind? If you let it open, you know there's truth inside. Have you been numbed into complacence, bred in circus to the end? It's time to claim your mental freedom. You know it's up to you, my friend. I've been searching round for curvature, but there ain't none to see. No matter where I let my head turn, seems awfully flat to me. The shackles of your mind. If you let it open, you know there's truth inside. Will you start to question the shackles of your mind? If you let it open,
seeing here is a mirage. You typically would not be able to see this from the Lake Michigan shore. We talked about this last night. Conditions are right on the lake that we're actually seeing a mirage of the Chicago skyline. A mirage.
Seeing here is a mirage. Welcome, everybody. It's been a while. Hope you're all doing great. Nice to see you all here. And got a lot of interesting stuff planned for you today to go through. And well, we're already going through it with these photographs, which are so telling when you have the eyes to see. Featuring the work of Hangman 1128. Fantastic YouTube channel. He's done thousands of hours of research, boots on the ground, gotten incredible footage. A lot of these high definition photographs are straight from his channel, screenshots, and his work has really changed the way I see the world, how I see reality, and for the better. Definitely for the better. Yeah, so just check in, see how everyone's doing here. Everyone's hearing me fine, and music in the chat. Hi Annette, welcome. I got some fun stories to tell today, and some synchronicities and some research. It's probably going to be a long one. I've got so many tabs open, it's going to take a while to get through them. But for those who are short on time, I'll clip out some of the best parts and make them into shorter videos, because those seem to be really popular as well. There's some fresh sap for you. There's some petrified sap. Straight from the trees. All right. I just don't want to stop the photographs. I'll just let them keep going for a little bit. Let some people pile in. Yeah, someone says, too bad he thinks there was only Titan trees and not Titan animals. Yeah, I haven't seen so many good examples of other Titans out there. So there's lots of photographs of, you know, mountain ridges that look like creatures lying on their back, but a lot of that could just be pareidolia. Could be the shadows hitting the mountain just right. If you look at it from other angles, maybe it doesn't look like a giant being at all. The evidence for the trees is undeniable, as it is for the Titans. For a lot of people who've gone through my Unveiling a Titan series and seen the evidence that I presented about the mountain, they reach the same conclusion. Yeah, if there is one, there should be many. There's a few other mountains here in the area that look a lot like Titans to me, but they're lacking caves in the right spots, you know, to explore and to find additional anatomical correlations. Because if all you have is a lump that kind of looks like something, especially if it's been terraformed, like all of the mountains have been here in this region. They've been terraced, the outer shell of all of these mountains has been broken up into pieces, and all those pieces have been lined up in terraces that literally cover every mountain in this region. I think probably less than 10% of those original terraces, which they say were built by the Moors, are still in use. So many of the water sources have dried up. You find dried, empty wells all over the place. And there's Mike, Hangman 1128. He's the genius behind a lot of different discoveries. So let's get moving right along. Yeah, someone says, I think between Hangman and Stellium 7 and Roger at Mud Fossils University, we can find some truth in it all. Yeah, I think truth in it all is a good way to look at it, because so many people are trying to pigeonhole and just go with one particular narrative. And I am constantly trying to lead people back to the all of the above narrative. I think that there's a lot of truth in a lot of different narratives, and people are trying to make them conflicting narratives when in reality they go very nicely together and they dovetail. So that's my approach to this whole thing. I think that we all should be trying to do syncretism, where we're looking at the overlaps and where things connect, rather than finding something that we disagree with and using that to throw out a whole topic. There's a lot of people out there doing that, unfortunately, and many of them have the nerve to call themselves truthers. So let me get myself going here. Put the chat down there. It's been a while since I did this. I get rusty each time, so you'll have to shout out if I am talking about something that should be on the screen and isn't. Just let me know. And away we go. So, let's see, right there, we turn that one off. Oh, sorry, the music started up again. I was talking over myself. There we go. Didn't know it was on loop. All right, so let's see here where, there we go. All right, that's a wonderful little animation to have on the screen while I start off. I'm going to start with synchronicities. So I called this Big Trees, Biogeology, and Synchronicities. And we'll start with the synchronicities first, because when it comes to the research that I've done, the discoveries that I've made, synchronicity has been with me every step of the way. I've done a live stream called Synchronicity Stream that tells some stories that will, your jaw will hit the floor when you hear some of these synchronicities and how unlikely they were and how they stacked up one after the other. And when you start to calculate each one individually, it's really unlikely. And then when you try and figure out the odds on multiple things happening in a row that all are linked to one another, that's when it's big time synchronicity. And that's when I feel that the universe, God, whatever you want to call the guiding force that keeps us all going and our hearts beating, is tapping you on the shoulder and saying, hey, look over there, pay attention. And so that's what's really kept me going through this, because there's a lot of research that I've done that I already did it, and I don't want to just keep repeating it over and over and over again and beating a dead horse. So I'm just going to tell some synchronicity stories that happened very recently. Start with one that has to do with my partner. She's a singer. She sings in a choir, a couple of choirs actually, and she was supposed to be performing with two other ladies at a party in a town that was about 40 minutes away from here. And when they arrived at this party, there were a total of 10 people at the party, counting the 3 of them, so 7 other people. And when they arrived there and greeted everyone, my partner recognized one of the people at the party who just happened to be there by chance. Now, it turns out that this man was the father of one of my son's friends. So that was just a coincidence that he happened to be there. And so after the introductions went around, he said to the other people at the party, she's the one who's together with the guy who did the videos on the Elephant Mountain. And that was quite surprising in and of itself. But 2 of the other people at this party had watched these videos on his recommendation. So it was just out of the blue that at this random house in a town 40 minutes from here, which is a much bigger town than the one I live in, my partner walks into this party and 4 of the 10 people at the party have watched my videos. Like, what are the odds of that? And I haven't advertised my videos anywhere locally, right? You'd think I would. You'd think I'd be trying, I'm not seeking fame when it comes to this sort of stuff, but I just thought that was pretty fun. So another story with her happened this last week. We were out walking, and often what happens when out walking is that let me see here. Yeah, I'll be I go out hiking constantly. Something just disappeared. Everything all right? Yeah, I go out hiking constantly, and this is a trail that I regularly take. And I'll come back to this in a second, but if you look at all of this stone here, you'll see that almost all of it is just this unrecognizable broken fragments, except for example, here, you'll see the occasional smooth stone, but almost all of these are just random broken fragments. Here's another one. So to be walking along a trail and to see a smooth stone that matches the pattern that I've been showing over and over again in my videos, that's already kind of unusual. But to find a stone like that among a whole bunch of other stones that are not smooth at all, that's also quite a coincidence. But what happens so often is while I'm walking and I'm listening to something, there will be something that's said, or I'll have a particular thought, or someone will say something to me who I'm walking with, and at the exact moment that particular thing, which is of significance, is said, then I'll spot one of these stones. So that happened when I was out walking the other night, and we were with our dog, and we were on this road, and you can, if you look here, there's no discernible smooth stones anywhere. And then we got into this forest. Now we often stop here. We were coming down this way, and then we stop here because on the hot days, throwing pine cones for our dog is it's not a great thing because she slides on the gravel and it hurts her paws. So this is a great place that she loves to run around, and we grab the pine cones and we toss them. She grabs them, crunches them up, and has the time of her life. And so we get her running back and forth here. But if you look here, there's no white stones at all. So the other day we were walking, and we were coming from the other direction and meeting at the far end of the picture there, meeting this forest. And I was looking at the stones that I showed a moment before, because that's right up here is where that forest begins. And I was literally thinking how often it is that I find these stones at just the most unusual times. And so we walk in and we get into this forest, and it's just pine needles. And then I look down, and literally the first rock I see is this rock right here. And anyone who's been following my channel for a while knows that you get this harp shape to these stones. There will be a curved underside very often. This isn't so distinct at the bottom, but there is a little bit of a twist there. But there were about, I looked through the whole forest there where all those pine needles were, and there were about 5 rocks that you could see, just rocks at all. This was the only smooth one. And it completely matches the pattern that I've been showing over and over again. I did a live stream, or not a live stream, but I did an interview with Christopher Gardner that's on the channel. I think it's the last video I posted. He Topher, a lot of people call him. He's a fantastic guy. He's got an amazing podcast. It's at Topher, TOPHERHQ.com, I believe. He interviews some amazing people, and he does incredible work of his own. So I went out to the beach literally half an hour before I was going to meet with him, and I just thought, I'm going to go down, I'm going to dip my feet, and I'm just going to spend a few seconds to see if I can spot a stone. And I got down there, and within 5 seconds, I found this stone. And again, you've got that harp shape, and there's a curved underside there. And then at the bottom, you can see that propeller twist. And the reason that twist is there is because the heart fibers are contracting like this on contraction. And when we die, we go into rigor mortis. So all the muscles of the body tighten up, right? Especially the heart. And so it's going to be in its contracted form, and it's going to show that spiraling twist. Well, this one doesn't just have that, but it also shows right there at the top the opening for the aorta, which is the biggest blood vessel in the body. The aorta and the vena cava, the vein, the biggest vein and the biggest artery in the body, they come right out of the top of the stones. And so that one I found in seconds, and that had a lot of different features. And then the other night, I was talking to my mom, and I was telling her that I got in touch finally with a cardiologist who is amazing. 2 cardiologists, actually. And I'll tell more about that in a little bit. But this cardiologist has seen some of my videos now and has seen the presentation of the stones. And he is in agreement that the things that I'm finding in the stones match heart anatomy to a degree that would be impossible by random chance, and especially the random chance that is the way in which mainstream geology describes how these stones supposedly came about, which is lumps of clay that have been compressed and trapped in a larger substrate, and then compressed and compressed and compressed, and then they just pop out and they just take on this form over and over and over again. So I was talking to my mom, and I was sharing with excitement that I had finally gotten in touch with some cardiologists that I can talk to about these things, which I've been wanting to do for about 4 years, ever since I started making videos on about the life of Francisco Torrent Guasp, and how that was just such a phenomenal thing to come across and to learn about the true nature of the heart anatomically and functionally. And it was nothing like anything that I learned when I was in chiropractic school. So it was so groundbreaking. And I was shocked to find that still to this day, most people don't have a clue about his discoveries, including cardiologists. And it's still not been integrated into the surgery programs in the vast majority of the hospitals in the world. So most people who are cutting into the heart don't actually know the most basic fundamental things about the heart anatomy and how the heart actually functions. So that is shocking if you think about it. And the man should have won a Nobel Prize, and he passed away before that was a possibility, unfortunately. So I was talking to my mom, and I was just sharing with her the excitement. And as I'm walking down the beach, I was talking about this exchange I'd had with the cardiologist. I said that he was in agreement with the anatomical correlations. And when I said anatomical correlations, there was this rock right there. Once again. So the heart doesn't just spiral at the bottom, but it also tapers in on the sides, because the ventricles, which are the two heart, the biggest part of the heart muscle, when those contract, it goes inward in a tapering motion. So that was, I mean, you have to think about how these things are happening at exact moments when I'm either having a thought, something is said, you know, and then boom, there's just one right there in front of me. So that is pretty synchronistic, if you ask me. So I have this program with my notes in it, and every time I go out of it, it wants a password. So hold on one second. And then it's second factor authentication. So I got to go to my phone and tell it it's me. It's so stupid. Get another note program. Yeah, so it doesn't end there, though, with these little synchronicities that are related to the heart. I hope you're enjoying these, because they're a lot of fun, because they when they're happening, it's just supernatural, really. These are the kinds of things that make me believe in the supernatural. It's happened so many times and in so many ways that just defy explanation other than something like that. So I'm going up this trail, and this happened about a week ago, and I'm listening to a podcast with Topher. I'm listening to our podcast where we're talking to each other, and I'm re-listening to it because I couldn't remember all the stuff that was said. And as I'm listening to it, let's see, where is it? Yeah, so at one point, Topher, I think, says, he says, propping up heliocentrism and false cosmology through false geological narratives. And at the moment that I hear false geological narratives, I see this little stone. I don't know if you're going to be able to see it in the light here. Hopefully you can. So this one, and this is the thing about this. These are totally scalable. Oops, there we go. So oftentimes they'll have a knife edge on one side that's like sharp, because that's the right ventricle. It's not nearly as thick, the muscle there, and so it dips in more. And then the left ventricle is thicker, and so the other side will be thick. So this little stone has the curve on the backside. It has the harp shape, this being the front. It has two little indentations at the top where the vena cava and the aorta would have been. And then the bottom has got the propeller twist, if you can make that out. So that happened at the exact moment that, as I was listening to Topher and I talk, I heard the words false geological narratives. And among all of these stones, I took pictures of this. Imagine finding this little stone among all of these broken rocks, and it just happens to have all of those features in it at the moment that one of us, I don't remember who, was saying false geological narratives. And then there's a point where he says that I must have been in a resonance pattern with Guasp. And this is just a little bit further up this trail. After finding that one, I was just like, oh my gosh, this is so cool when this happens. And then I get a little bit further up, and then Topher, we're talking about the hearts, and he says, yeah, you must be in a resonance pattern with Guasp. And I'll tell you that seems to be the case, because this one here is broken. You can see the fracture on that side, and it's also exhibiting a number of those features, including the twist at the bottom. So in the space of about 30 seconds, maybe a minute, 2 of these stones jump out at me, both of them linked to specific things that were being said in the conversation. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, and then I found another one. Oh, when I was walking with my partner, and she and I were talking about the conversations that I was having with this cardiologist, and I started to tell her a story about a friend of mine, Rick Hummer, and he and I were talking about all these synchronicities and all these things that were happening in my life, and he said something very poignant, which I'll say in a moment because I don't want to spoil the story. But at that exact moment, and he's a devout Christian, he's a Bible-believing Christian, but at that exact moment, I was quoting him, and I was saying that he believes Jesus will return. And we were walking on the beach and through the water. There we go. I got that wet because I'm already losing light here as the sun starts to go down. But this one is totally fleshy, and at that exact same moment that you can see at the top there, the blood vessel, it's literally red at the top, and at the exact moment that I said Jesus will return, take that for what it's worth, whether you're a Christian or not, this stone jumped out at me. And then there was another one a little while later, and I can't remember what was said, but this is another one that's just got an amazing set of correlations. Now, all of those little pockmarks, that's actual seawater erosion, because the salt water will erode these things. But they don't start out with the pockmarks. The pockmarks come after they've been by the sea for a long time. I'm just going to turn on the light. Is it? Hold on one second. It's just going to get darker and darker. Yeah, so that was really cool. And so let's share another synchronicity. This is, I spend a lot of time in my office, and I can't really have a pet here. You know, as a chiropractic clinic, it doesn't work to have a dog or a cat. And I was thinking about when I was a teenager, I used to have a pet parrot, and I had a couple of cockatiels once along the way. And I was thinking how wonderful it would be to have a bird to cuddle with, you know, just to pet, because they're so wonderful and they're very affectionate and loving, and how that would be a really wonderful thing. But I don't like the idea of clipping their wings, or, you know, keeping a bird in captivity that was once free. And then I thought, well, I could maybe call a patient of mine who's a vet and let him know that if you ever have a bird that, you know, is a rescue bird that is maybe wounded or something and needs a home, reach out to me and, you know, let me know. So I didn't think anything of it after that. And 2 days later, the bell rings to the front door of the office. I answer the phone, and it's my daughter, and she says, "Open the door." So I opened the door, and I wasn't expecting her, and she showed up, and she comes through the door and she says, "Don't freak out." And I said, "Don't freak out? Why would I freak out?" And she says, because I have a bird." What do you mean you have a bird? And I kid you not, let me show you this. This is wild. So 2 days after having the thought, I wish I had a bird to cuddle with, my daughter comes into the clinic And this bird is on her shoulder. Where do you see this? Hold on one second. Let me just make sure I've got everything showing. It's been a while since I did this. You're all seeing this, right? You see the bird? Bird's the word. Wait do you hear the rest of this story? It's crazy. All right, so she comes in. Ah, come on, go up here. It's opening in the wrong window. There we go. She comes in, and I'm like, oh, is it broken its neck? Is it? And she says, it fell out of the sky and it landed in front of my feet. And I could see that it was alive. I mean, that it was, its head wasn't, its neck wasn't broken. It was moving its head around, but it was clearly stunned. And this is a swallow. They're called golondrinas in Spanish. And I've always watched them fly and have just admired their beauty and majesty. They're incredible in flight. They're like little jet fighters, and they eat something like 90% of their meals are caught in the air, and they do it effortlessly while having a good time. It's just phenomenal to see them. And then they live in the rooftops here, where they have these the tile, what do you call it, the clay tile curved roof lines, and they come in flying at full speed and just like stop in this little tiny hole, and you never see them like hit the side and fall down, except maybe that's what happened this time. So my daughter, she said it just fell out of the sky, and she's like, I think it's hurt. And so I'll play this. This is.
I can't see anything. Babe? Oh.
Oh.
Do you see what I mean? It's like bent.
She was talking about its tail.
Oh.
So I could tell right off the bat that it wasn't hurt, because it was able to fly. Its wing wasn't broken, and we sat with this bird for. Am I blocking it? Oh, you can't see the. Oh, wait, let me move this. This no. Uh-oh, now I'm messing with settings. Hold on, I hope I don't screw anything up. Front cam. There we go. Okay. Yeah, so we got to sit with this bird for maybe 90 minutes and just marvel at its beauty. Look at that face. It's like a little mini hawk or something, and it moves like one. So I'm checking its wings to make sure they're not harmed, and it's just chilling on my stomach there. And it was totally letting me cuddle with it. You can hear outside they're chirping. I'm sure its friends or family were trying to find it. And one last little clip here. You can see how mellow it was. I've always wanted to get up close to one of these. Always wanted to get up close to one of those, and finally got the opportunity. So I feel blessed to have had that experience. Yeah. So So that's wild, but this story has another chapter to it, because when I was talking with my buddy Rick Hummer the other day, he said something to me, which I'll tell in a second. But first, I'll just say a little bit about Rick, because Rick he's I met Rick in 2018 in Denver at the Flat Earth Conference when I went with Alex and Shelley. And Rick was the master of ceremonies. He's a really cool guy, and he's done the hosting like 4 different times, I think, or maybe 5. Sorry, there's a strange sound. Sounded like crackling. I hope the computer's not about to blow up. Anyway, so yeah, Rick was really good friends with a guy named Rob Skiba, who passed away not so long ago, tragically. Really great researchers, both of them. They're back when the photograph was going across social media of Chicago, the Chicago skyline across Lake Michigan. All the news channels were saying, it's just a mirage, this is just a trick of the light. And Rick and Rob were like, is it really though? And they hired a boat or borrowed a boat, I don't know what, and they got optics, and they lined up the optics on the Chicago skyline on a day that you could see the whole skyline. And they took the boat across Lake Michigan, and they had the skyline in their sights the entire time, completely debunking the idea that was an optical mirage that was just magically lifting up the Chicago skyline. Rob Skiba did some amazing work also. He did 2 or 3 different balloon launches where they hooked up the balloons to GPS, and they had rectilinear lenses, so you don't get the fisheye effect that you get from the GoPros, which seems to be used by NASA all the time and was used notably in the Felix Baumgartner jump, when he jumped supposedly from the stratosphere, like 125,000 feet up in the air, and he jumped over planet New Mexico, because the curvature is so extreme that you can see what should be like a quarter of or half of the northern hemisphere, but you don't see oceans on either side of North America. You don't even see North America. All you really see is just planet New Mexico, and that's because they're using a fisheye lens. So they decided to fit this thing with rectilinear lenses, sent them up to 125,000 feet, finally got some absolutely amazing footage, and from that level the horizon is totally flat, which is pretty odd, because from that high up you'd think you'd be able to discern some sort of curvature if the heliocentric model is accurate. Anyway, that's just a little bit about Rob and Rick. Rick and I have been friends ever since and had lots of great conversations. So I was telling him, I don't remember what I told him, but I was thinking about this story of the bird, and he said to me, as I was thinking about it and was about to tell him the story, he said to me, not a bird falls, dies. Not a bird falls that God doesn't see. And I thought that was like, wow, I was just about to tell him this story of the synchronicity related to the bird, and he tells me this, not a bird falls that God doesn't see, right? So I'm going to share one of his synchronicities, which is absolutely fantastic. And I guarantee you're going to be like, what the heck, when you see this. He made this video. I'm not going to show the first part, because it's got music and I don't want to get a copyright strike for this, but hopefully I won't blow anybody's ears out with this one. Let me... Juicy and Lucy, welcome. Ben, welcome, Ben, the archivist. Fantastic channel. Sub to it if you haven't. Okay. You really can't write this stuff. Watch this.
For the past 2 weeks, I've been catching flack from all kinds of people about...
Sorry, I was on 2x. All right. Here we go.
For the past 2 weeks, I've been catching flack from all kinds of people about the flat Earth and doing my own tests to see if, in fact,
Oops.
some of the things that we've been taught aren't true. I do like to question things. I'm not going to just take somebody's word for it, because I don't believe the 9/11 stories and all the hijinks of the geopolitical world, and I definitely don't trust scientists that don't believe in God. It's that simple. So my grandma passed away a couple months ago, and I had to go grab a couple things out of the garage of hers, and I had this box that has just been sitting right here on my front porch for the past 4 or 5 days. I haven't even opened it. I just knew it was my old box because it's an old Nike box that was probably packed in the 90s. I just literally opened it. I knew that there was something in there for my daughter that she would want to see. And in there, you can't write this stuff, by the way. In there is a folder that says the Ricker Hummer. Social Studies, 1990. Look at the Nike Air. Look, and it's so weird that that's on my folder from school, from back in the 80s probably, obviously, because I graduated in 1990. So I've been praying about confirmation from God about the shape of the Earth.
I've been looking for the one.
Okay, I know. You've been looking for all those, I know. So here's the folder. The Ricker, 1990, Social Studies, whatever. I opened this up February 1st, 1984. Rick Hummer. You can't write this stuff, man. Rick Hummer. Maps and globes are tools of geography. I looked down. I'm going, okay, what is it? It says, do you know the answers? What were the early... What does that say? The early... is that ideas? What were the early ideas about the shape of the Earth? In my own writing, it was flat.
Lightning.
And lightning just struck as I said that. Like I said, you can't write this stuff. Do you follow me? As I'm making this video, that happens. Wow. Let's go inside, kiddo. Don't be afraid. That is insane.
I'll just sit with you so I don't be pretty, because I'm always with you.
Oh, you okay? Let's go inside. I'm going with it. We're all going inside. Let's get it.
How about that, huh? He pulls out this old box that he hasn't seen in years and years, and at that moment that he reads out loud the words, "It was flat, lightning strikes, and thunder rolls." And the thunder rolls. Yeah, so that was pretty cool, because as I'm just about to tell him the story of this bird story, you know, he says to me that not a bird falls out of the sky that God doesn't know about. So that, my friends, is a synchronicity. Plain and simple. All right, moving right along. So what else here? So I've shared this one in the past, but I'm just going to show it again because this has another significance, which so Francisco Guasp, the cardiologist that discovered the myocardial-ventricular band, he lived in a town that's about 10 minutes from me called Denia. And he literally lived and worked his entire career at the foot of the mountain that I've done all the research on. And he worked out of his house. He was a family practice doctor, and in his spare time, he would dissect hearts. And so this is just me walking in. I went back out after I saw it, and I've got to film this as I'm walking in. This is me walking into the Masimas, which is a little grocery store that's in Denia, probably, I don't know, maybe a 10-minute walk from where Guasp's home and practice were. And just check this out, because I've already shown you the harp shape, the tapered in sides, the flattened top, the indentations on the top for the aorta and the vena cava, the curved underside, and the bottom, which has a twist. So you know the basic pattern. Hearts can take lots and lots of different shapes. A giraffe's heart is very long. Elephant's heart is like a big blob. So there's all kinds of different variations in between, and then whatever happened to it in the process of petrification is going to lead to different things as well. But in general, the easiest to spot is the most distinct of those, and it's also has the most detail. So that's why I've shown this pattern over and over again the way I have. It's very easy for people to learn, and so many have found them on their own. Someone sent me one the other day. It was just amazing. Actually, that was a synchronicity. I had it in my list and I forgot to get it there. But somebody was sitting, I think, on a park bench or something, and had seen one of my videos and had the thought, oh, I should look for one of these, and looked, and literally the first rock he saw was exhibiting a whole bunch of these very specific features. So anyway, onward. All right. So here I am in a mossy moss. See that? And I just wanted to share this entertaining moment with you as we come in. You're gonna, oh, look, there's a rock. Oh, but it's just kind of a round rock, right? Yeah, unless you get in at this angle. Look at the size of that baby right there. See that? And look at that indentation right at the top. And look at how it curves under on the underside there. Probably just a coincidence, though. Yeah, so it's scalable also. I showed you tiny ones, and I showed you, I've got one right over here that's 1.5 feet, and it's got all of those features and a couple more that I haven't even described. And it's very, very clear. So this, I brought that one up, which I've shown before, because this happened to me yesterday, or no, day before yesterday. I was going into the Masimas here in the town I live in, and I entered from the bottom entrance, which I haven't done in a long time. And I don't know if this is new or if I just never noticed it before, but there's a whole bunch of rocks here. So the other one had this green astroturf and that big rock. And so I was like, oh, okay, that's fun. So I walked up, because whenever I see a bunch of these smooth stones, which mainstream geology tells us are polycalcitic conglomerate cobbles, which means that it's just a bunch of different kinds of calcite that have been lumped together, and that's why they look this way. And so I just decided to go up and take a photograph. So now if you take this one, you turn it upside down, what have you got? And this one here, if you turn it about 50 degrees to the right, what have you got? And this one here, turn that about 70 degrees to the left. Here's another one. This is just what rocks do. This is how they erode. This is what the geologist would tell you. And that would work fine if that was all I was finding. But I'm finding about, well, the video I did called Mud Fossils, the Heart of the Matter, that was when I still thought these were mud fossils. I no longer believe that. That video, I show the first stone that I found that got me on this track, which came just like when Rick was asking for some kind of confirmation from God about things that he was thinking about. He got that box and the lightning strike. Well, I asked for an undeniable example of a mud fossil that would prove to me unequivocally that there was truth to the idea that things could petrify very rapidly. Now I know that there's zillions of truths or proofs for that fact, but we're not taught about it in the mainstream geological narrative because it doesn't support the heliocentric timelines of hundreds of millions of years and the Big Bang and 16 billion years and all of that. So here's another one right here. See that one? Turn that one about 40 degrees to the left. So, I mean, not all of these stones are hearts. That's another question I get all the time. People are like, "Oh, so they're all hearts." No, they could be kidneys, they could be livers, they could be spleens, they could be lymph nodes, they can be all kinds of different stones that the body produces. They could be petrified cysts. There's a zillion different possibilities. But the heart stones I've focused on because they're the easiest to spot. They have the most anatomical specificity, and sometimes they're just out of this world, as I've shown in my you can see it in the thumbnails here. Let's see. Here I've sliced them open and polished them with a grinder and different, you know, sandpaper. Here's an example of one that was sent to me by a subscriber, and here's just some examples in that thumbnail. But there's one. Is it a live? Oh, these I'm on the live tab. That's why. Okay, so here's a couple. I go in this short video. It's only 2 minutes. You can see a bunch of examples. I'm not going to go into the examples in this video, but here this is the best go through that I've done of the whole collection that I have. And in the thumbnail there, you can see lots of examples of stones that have been sent to me by subscribers. Oh, you're not. Oh yeah, you are seeing what I'm saying. Good. Yeah. So that's if you're not familiar with the research, check that out. If you're short on time, check this one out, that's a good starting point for those. So yeah, so I thought that was fun. Just that little mat there, and you know, there's probably 15 or 20 of them that are cemented together. I'm not gonna pry them out when nobody's looking, but if I go up, there's probably a couple more. So yeah, it's also predictable. Sometimes I'll find rocks that are buried, and I'll see just a part of the rock, and in that part of the rock that I see, I'm already guessing what the rest of the rock is going to look like, and then I'll pry it out of the dirt, and sure enough, it matches my expectations, which it shouldn't do if it's just a random rock, right? Why would I be able to predict how the rest of something I haven't seen yet looks if it's just a broken random piece of sedimentary layering that got smoothed by water? So this is a video. I'll share this. Actually, I've been given permission to share this, and I'll do this in the chat right now. This is an absolutely wonderful documentary that I didn't see until 2 nights ago, that is available online, but it's in Catalan, and this version is that I'm posting in the live chat now, and I'll post it again in the show notes. This version is in English. It's been dubbed, and this is about Francisco Torrent Guasp's life, and this was absolutely amazing. I've talked about the documentary that was done on his life called The Helical Heart, which is a fantastic documentary. I highly recommend watching that. You'll learn so much about the nature of our bodies and the most important part of it. And I want to show. Wait a minute. Show one of the early videos I did. This video here, I've shown this many times, but I'll just play it because this is a really good short summary. That way I don't have to go into detail about this video. But did you know that the documentary is so worth watching? And I was in tears several times. Obviously, I have a close connection with Guasp, and so, or close connection through time He died 18 years ago, long before I ever got onto any of this subject. But take a look at this short video I made.
That almost everything you were taught about the heart is wrong? Most everyone today, even doctors, still believe the heart to be a 4-chamber pump that pushes blood through a mind-boggling 60,000 miles of narrowing blood vessels to fuel our 40 trillion cells, then filling again as if by magic on relaxation. Well, that theory was thoroughly debunked by the Spanish cardiologist Francisco Guasp back in 1972. After dissecting thousands of hearts, Guasp finally discovered the heart's true structure. The heart's far more amazing than we ever knew. It's like a rope, a long tube wrapped into a knot. Instead of being pushed, the blood is pulled through the heart in 2 spiraling vortexes. This has been proven with CAT scans, functional MRI, and positronic emission. Look at the spiraling contraction. It changes.
Yeah, so these fibers, I'll back this up again because this goes by really quick, but this is called positronic emission. And they're actually showing, as the heart is beating, there's 2 opposite rotating spirals. And you can see the exact same thing here. This is watching blood flow. This is watching the fibers of the heart itself. And both the structure of the heart and the blood flow through the heart are doing this opposite spiraling vortex. The heart is so unbelievable.
Contraction. It changes everything we know about the heart and circulation. If you'd
See
like
the
to know
opposite
more,
spirals?
check out these videos.
So this is a video that I made just introducing his discoveries and showing how they tie into the works of Victor Schauberger, and also the connection to the petrified organs that I've been making videos on. This is the documentary about his heart. And then the other documentary I just posted in the chat, and like I said, I'll put it in the show notes. It needs a password to get in, but that is the most intimate look into Guasp's life and his house and his laboratory, and how, it's awesome. Like I said, I was in tears several times. This is a video I made after meeting his son. I called up the foundation one day because it's just in the next town, and when I called, Guasp's wife answered the telephone, and I told her what a big fan I was of his discoveries and his work, and how wonderful it was to talk with her, and was really looking for a cardiologist that was awake to his discoveries, because I figured if I could find somebody like that, chances are they were going to be a little bit more open-minded when I showed them the stones, because it's a pretty out there idea, this idea that, many of these rocks that we're walking on were once petrified, this is or that's. And so when I called her, she put me in touch with her son, and I didn't know it at the time, but his name was also Paco Torrent Guasp, so he was junior. So he had the same name as his dad. So this is a video I made telling the tale of when he came to my office. We talked for about 90 minutes, and I showed him all of these stones, and it was kind of baffling for him, but that was called meeting Paco Guasp. So I just showed that again, even though a lot of you have probably seen it, because it's easier than trying to go into this documentary and pick out specific points to show you. I don't want to do that here, but if you find this subject interesting, please check that out, and I guarantee you won't be disappointed. And so I just brought this up because I saw it and I thought, okay, I'll mention it again. A lot of these are bone white, which is confusing. Like, where did the blood go? I mean, where did the iron in the blood go if these are really hearts? And I didn't even know about this, but this is something called decellularization. So they're actually growing hearts in a matrix, and they introduce the blood after. So they get blood that's the right kind of blood for the you've got the donor, and then you've got the recipient, the right kind of blood for the recipient, so their body is less likely to reject the transplant. So I've shown this in the past. I don't have it ready to go here, but there's a video where literally they open a valve and the blood rushes in, and it goes from bone ghostly white to bright red in a matter of seconds. And I never really realized until I saw that video that the vast majority of the heart is more like a fascial network, which is the fatty network that surrounds all of our muscles. It surrounds all of our organs. The heart itself has the thickest of those fascial sacs called the pericardium, which is one of the reasons I believe that it petrifies so well, because the pericardium is protecting the heart from whatever the cataclysm is that leads to the petrification. Talked about different theories about that, whether it's volcanism, whether it's plasma. It could be acidic things that are breaking down the muscle and the bone while the organs are hardening. This happens in peat bogs. There's all kinds of different possibilities, and you know, the next step to really drive this whole point home would be to start doing spectroscopy on some of these stones, which is what I tried to do a long time ago. I made a video about that as well, where I sent these stones off to a laboratory in the States, and I was hoping that they were going to do spectroscopy, and instead they did what's a simple way to say it? It was a joke. That's what it was. It's a bad joke. Yeah, they didn't do any analysis whatsoever. I got no data from them. I just got a bunch of opinions, and they were rejecting the things I said without actually addressing any of the things. So that video is a long one here. It's called Paradigm Crushed, and it took 3 hours because 90 minutes of that video is actually me going through the telephone recordings of myself and one of the gentlemen, and the two of them discussing my findings. So that is something to see if you haven't seen it. So where are we? We're going to get to this in a second. So yeah, just one more wonderful synchronicity. I want to send thanks to Sam Wu and also Chris. Chris is a cardiologist in Barcelona who is, she came across my work as a result of Sam Wu recommending some of my videos. Was very excited after she saw some of the videos, because she could totally see what I was seeing in the stones. So who are you going to believe, a cardiologist or a geologist when it comes to this? I coined the term biogeology because I think that much of what we're seeing originally started as biology, but not like they told us, of all the layers getting compressed, but actually these things were actually body parts at one point in probably the not so distant future. So I felt like so much of geology, if that was true, has to be wrong by definition and is based on erroneous assumptions. So geology, you know, in that sense, if this is true, is kind of broken. So that's why I coined the term biogeology, to really distinguish something that started as biology versus, I think it's all biology at this point, but so ultimately it's really geology we're looking at. But I think probably intentionally a lot of geology has been hijacked, and most geologists don't even realize it. And we're going to get into that in a second when it comes to the trees and the topic of mining. But going back to Chris and Sam, she put me in touch with her colleague, who is Manel Ballester. And I'm so thrilled to be in touch with this guy. I did an interview with Tom Cowan on my channel some months back, and Tom was friends with Manel and actually recommended I reach out to him. And it took me a while before I was able to finally get an email address, and thanks to Chris, finally getting in contact with him. And we've had some really awesome exchanges, and he told me today that he's totally in agreement with my assessment about the heartstones, and that it couldn't possibly be random chance with all of the very, very specific anatomical features that these things are showing. And Manel Ballester this is so amazing. Talk about synchronicity. He's the one I was dreaming of getting in contact with when I reached out to the foundation, and I didn't even know who he was or that he existed, but he was good friends with Francisco Torrent Guasp for 18 years, and they were colleagues for 15 years. Guasp had done all of his dissections in his own laboratory after work. They'd get animal hearts and you know, from butchers in the area, and he had looked at lots and lots of different species, but he had never had the opportunity to dissect human hearts before. And so Manel Ballester made that possible for him. Manel Ballester would call him because Manel is the one who started the first heart transplantation clinic in all of Spain, in Barcelona. And I don't know how long ago that was, but I don't know. I'm gonna try and see if Manel wants to interview me. I want to see if he'll let me interview him, and we can talk more about all these things. He has some really great stories to tell about Guasp. But the first human heart that Guasp ever had the chance to dissect was because Manel Ballester had learned about his discoveries and basically called him up and said, hey, we've got one, because they were going to do a transplant, so he would be able to dissect the one that they were removing. And so Guasp got in his car and would drive at top speed 4 hours up the coastline to go to Barcelona in order to be able to dissect human hearts. So the first human hearts that he ever was able to dissect was as a result of this cardiologist who I was in communication with today. So that was fantastic. Chris put me in touch with him. He was on vacation in Italy. He had seen a couple of my videos and he was like, wow, this is really remarkable what you're showing. And he was thrilled with the stuff that I had done related to Guasp's life. And another really cool thing is that Chris is coming with her boyfriend. They're going to be not far from here on Friday, and they're going to come. We're going to have dinner. I'm going to invite them here. Hopefully we'll have the time to do everything, but to show them the stones. And also they wanted to go hiking on Montgo, so we're going to go up to the eye of Montgo, and I'll just show them some of the stuff I found up there, which is pretty remarkable in its own right. So that's quite a series of synchronicities as well, all thanks to Sam putting me in touch with Chris, and her in turn putting me in touch with Manel. So that's fun news that I'm happy to be reporting on. Yeah, so decellularization, that explains also why the hearts would be bone white rather than red. I find them in every stage in between, which you could see in that thumbnail I showed, which was going back up here. Yeah, you can see all the different colors in that thumbnail of the heartstones. All right, moving right along into the next topic. How's everybody doing? Is this enjoyable so far? It's going to be a long one today. Hey, Daryl, Annette, wonderful to see you guys. Maria Ekman, Velkommen, Kulosiade. Oh God, I sounded so American when I said that just now. Don't have the best Swedish accent. Derp, Willie, Bolgon, Rise and Shine, wonderful. I saw Jay was in here earlier. Well, welcome Jay if you're still here. It was wonderful to see you in the chat. And yeah, so anyone who's been following my channel recently knows I've been absolutely obsessed with the subject of the great trees. And I've done several live streams on the topic, which we'll touch on in different ways today. This was a synchronicity stream. It started with this one of my best performing videos. The great trees were real. Here's proof. Looking at a lot of different aspects of this topic. Opals, geodes, and the great trees. Looking at all the different ways in which biology may actually petrify and become geology. And then spelunking titan trees. This is so cool. You can see in the thumbnail there that there's water pouring out of a tree. Well, imagine a tree that was miles wide at the base. How big would those water channels be? And you can get a taste of what I believe are those water channels on the part on the right of the thumbnail. and then looking at the trees and how the trees are clearly making gold if you know what you're looking at. And then today's stream. And yeah, so there's gold in them thar trees. This is a article in Scientific American, and I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I'm just going to read a couple of clips from it. Scientists in Australia focused on eucalyptus trees since traces of gold are sometimes found in soils surrounding these plants. However, researchers were not certain until now whether trees could actually absorb the precious metal from underground deposits of the wind, or if the wind simply blew gold dust there from other sites. Now, I believe certainly that gold dust or gold that's in the underground layers could be freed up by the root structures of the trees and sucked up into the tree. But one thing that they haven't talked about at all, which we're going to touch on today, is this concept of biological transmutation and the idea that maybe the trees themselves are producing the gold. And I think that there's a lot of evidence for that being the case, or at the very least, that when the titanic trees met their end, that there was a transmutation of elements that took place as a result of high power events, whether they were electrical, plasma, high heat, whatever it was. And it may be that whatever the constitution of the tree was, certain species of tree lended themselves better to the production of gold than others, because I don't believe that they're all containing gold, and some are obviously going to contain more than others. So they talk about, we were astounded at the capability of the eucalyptus trees to bring up gold from the equivalent height of a 10-story building. We're talking about the root structures going down. A geochemist at the Commonwealth Scientific and Industrial Research Organization in Australia told Live Sciences, Our Amazing Planet, the researchers are not proposing mining these eucalyptus trees for gold, Lintern cautioned. The amount of gold in the trees is extremely small. You'd need 500 or more trees over a gold deposit to have enough gold to make a ring. So obviously that's not very much gold. So how did they determine that it was there? Well, they obviously grab the leaves. Apparently the gold works its way up into the leaves and can be found in trace amounts there. But we're going to find out that it's actually more than that. Because here they're saying that the trees could help miners identify where deeply buried gold deposits might be located and therefore avoid wasting time, money, and resources hunting for the precious metal over vast tracts of land. So another possibility would be the idea that the giant trees were making gold, and then these smaller trees are the equivalent of moss by comparison on top of the remains of those giant trees which are breaking down. And so yeah, the root structures might be freeing up some of the material that was in the great trees, or they might be producing the gold themselves. And yeah, let's see, there's another. So let me just I did this in one of the recent streams, but I'll do it here very quickly. We can just go through some of these. So gold is found in quartz veins, and at least the highest quantities of it. And so when they want to mine for gold, they're looking for quartz. And I'm of the mind, and I've got a video called Quartz is Sap, that quartz is the petrified sap of the great trees. And that's where they're finding gold. And I think that the gold was probably, perhaps if the gold is being produced in the tree while it's living, then I think the gold is some part of the nervous system of the tree. That's my theory. So this is an example of what used to be all over the realm. And Ben, who was in the chat earlier, the archivist, he's found many articles talking about them harvesting these petrified trees because they were containing large percentages of gold, copper, silver, and other precious metals and gemstones. And so what we have left is, I don't know where this photograph was taken, but you've got the petrified forest, and they talk about it as kind of an anomaly that, you know, these trees that are said to be hundreds of millions of years old are, you know, petrified to stone. And I'm not going to go into the whole permineralization, petrification subject today. I've done that in some of these recent live streams. But this is just examples of how gold is found in quartz. And quartz seems, if you know what you're looking at, appear very much to be the sap running through the great trees. And you can see when gold is actually, I think they've removed the quartz through some kind of a chemical process in this photograph. And you can see that it's just growing just like root structures of a tree, or I think actually this might be silver, because silver does the exact same thing. And yeah, so fascinating stuff. One of the biggest nuggets ever found there. And this is what they would have been mining for, and other elements as well. Yeah, so there's gold in them thar trees. And yeah, so this, I just wanted to bring the attention to the idea in science that correlation does not mean causation. As a chiropractor, I get this all the time. You get medical doctors that will hear a set of symptoms from patients, and they've tried every drug in the book, and the pain isn't going away, and they're not recommending people go check out a chiropractic and see if maybe that might help them. Instead, they're doing an MRI because, well, the drugs aren't working anymore, and it's, your quality of life is suffering so much that we're going to do an X-ray or an MRI and see what we see, and then inevitably they'll probably find some degeneration in the joint in the form of arthrosis, or pinched nerves because of maybe a herniated disc, which you can see with an MRI. And then inevitably they'll draw the conclusion that that is what is causing your pain. Now, it may be true that degeneration is being brought about. I mean, that the pain, the symptoms, is being brought about by the degeneration. But it might also be true that whatever it was that's causing the degeneration might also be causing the pain. And that's a very important distinction. Correlation does not mean causation. Just because I see arthrosis on an X-ray or an MRI doesn't mean that that's causing the pain. I've had lots of patients with X-rays that look horrible, that are in a lot of pain, and the drugs aren't working, and then they get adjusted and the pain starts to go away, but I haven't adjusted away their arthrosis, right? So this is just a funny meme that's really illustrating that point. Ice cream causes shark attacks, right? Why would, well, look at these lines. It's identical. You see a lot of this kind of stuff with the whole, the last 3 years of medical madness that we went through, right? Where you see these lines that actually match up perfectly with different things. And so one thing may be causing another, but if you say it, you get banned from YouTube, right? So the lines can match up because correlation is causation does lead to correlation. But in this case, the correlation does not mean causation, right? Why are there more shark attacks? Because in the summertime, more people are swimming, and they're also eating a lot more ice cream, right? But it doesn't mean that one causes the other. So correlation does not mean causation. It's an important scientific point to make note of. What next? Okay, I've gone into this before, and I'll put links to all of these things. This is just the idea that wood can petrify way quicker than they told us. They told us it takes hundreds of millions of years. It can be done in laboratories almost instantly. Wood can be turned to coal in a very short amount of time, and coal can probably very likely be turned to obsidian if there's enough heat and it vitrifies. And so how long does it take to petrify? Not long. And yeah, so rapid petrification of wood. Here's another article discussing the same thing. An unexpected confirmation of creationist research. Ooh, that's uncomfortable. I've posted a video with some of the work of this guy who I would love to interview. If anyone happens to know how to get in touch with him, please let me know. His name is Andrew Snelling. He's a PhD geologist, but he's also a Christian and a creationist. And let's see, I've got a little short video of him. Where is it? Plasma petrification. I mean, this is another one that's just showing that you can turn powders into rubies in a matter of seconds in a microwave. So to me, it's just instant petrification confirmed. The magnetron is creating the plasma, which is then in turn petrifying. Yeah, I can't remember where I put it. There's a short little video I have with the PhD geologist Andrew Snelling, who is just absolutely phenomenal when it comes to debunking some of these mainstream narratives when it comes to the dating of things and a whole lot more. So I'd love to interview him as well. And I'll post links to those of you who are interested in reading about this. So here, I just want you to think about gigantic tree, and I have to...
Back in the bedrock that had a bunch of gold stuck in...
Sorry, I'm going to mute it. I don't want to get a strike. So basically, okay, look at this. When you see here, this to me is looking like the micro layering of tree rings, and look at where he's finding this gold. It's just embedded in those rings. And you get something like $500 worth of gold, you know, just because he's there in the river bottom. It's just sitting there. Why is it just sitting there? I think that this is made by the trees, and as things erode and break up, it frees up some of this stuff. This is what the miners are doing intentionally, but it also happens naturally. And gold is so heavy, it just sits there at the bottom. So there's a potential income source for many of you. This is wonderful. I just found this one last week. SciTech Daily, solving a paleontological how do you say that word? Paleontological puzzle. Why do we find so much amber in Cretaceous rocks? So amber is said to be petrified sap. I don't think it's petrified. I said this in one of my recent videos. It's a 2.5 on the hardness scale. Diamond is a 10, quartz is about a 7, ruby's a 9. This is like this, you could dent this with your fingernail, right? It's not like stone at all. So to call it petrified, I think, is a little disingenuous. Clearly, amber is made from tree sap. And it's the source of a lot of our Hollywood stories when it comes to making dinosaurs, because they extract the DNA from mosquitoes that supposedly bit the dinosaurs and you know, recreate these creatures in a laboratory because they've been trapped in amber and preserved for hundreds of millions of years. But I think that it's just hardened, possibly oxidized, dried out tree sap. And I don't think it's actually petrified. That's just my take. But new research delves into the enigma of the mass production of resin during the Cretaceous period, which led to the formation of amber. It emphasizes amber's significance in understanding ancient ecosystems and their organisms, and suggests widespread coniferous forests and specific environmental conditions contributed to this phenomenon. The study highlights the Cretaceous period's importance in understanding today's ecosystem and organisms' evolutionary origins. Okay, so okay, so I'll just continue reading. What would a traveler from the future think if one day he or she could analyze the rocks that are currently forming on the planet? Surely this person would find quite a few plastic fragments and wonder why this material was so abundant. the plastic that we're producing as a species right now. This is the same question geologists and paleontologists, I got it right that time, have asked themselves after many years of studying another material, amber, the fossilized resin from the Cretaceous period that helps us reconstruct what the forests inhabited by dinosaurs were like. So they got to bring the dinosaurs in there. We know the reason for the abundance of so many plastics in today's ecosystem, but we can only estimate the natural causes that would explain the production of large quantities of resin in the Cretaceous. University of Barcelona. That came up again. So, here we go. For about 54 million years, and for the first time in Earth's history, there was a mass production of resin by plants, and we still don't know why. I bet I don't know why. Production quantities that could have formed fossil resin deposits of what we know today as amber have never been reached. From the Biremian to the Campanian, and thanks to conditions existing on the planet, certain groups of conifers were able to originate large deposits of fossil resin that open a real window to the ecosystems of the past and today provide very important paleobiological information. We've called this time span the Cretaceous resinous interval. So they've given it a whole name because they can't explain why there's so much damn resin in the, I mean, look at all this. This is all resin that they're looking at here. So they're wondering how that could have been, and they're suggesting that there were massive forests of trees that, like you see here in this, were forming this resin, and it was just oozing out of the trees, and that's why we find so much of it. Or is it possible that these are massive quantities of sap that are not entirely petrified to stone, which would mean they would be quartz and you might find gold and other things, but are instead still resin? So I just thought that was a pretty fascinating article as well, and I'll leave that for you in the notes. Moving right along to I don't know what now. Something that needs to load again. I should be closing these tabs so everything would work better. Ooh. Wait. All right, I think I should close some tabs here. Too much stuff. Oh no, if I close them, then I won't have the links. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Brave isn't responding. Okay, I'll go back to the chat and see if it comes to life again. All right. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. One more time. If not, I'll move on. It might be on TikTok's end. I'm not a big fan of TikTok, but there is some good stuff going around. How's everybody doing? Everybody awake in chat? All right. Here we go. Wow, it's sure taking its time.
This up here is the inside of a natural Himalayan pink salt lick cave in Pakistan. So you may be wondering, you hear the conspiracy music, what possibly could I be talking about here? Well, The problem is that this is salt, yes, but they're actually kind of lying to you. It's salt by proxy. And here's another one from Pakistan also. So there's something that is salty that isn't necessarily salt. They're lying to you, telling you this is purely salt. It's not. Let me show you what this really is. That, my friends, are uncooked pork ribs. So you've heard the fact that mountains are really, petrified and fossilized, I guess.
Oh, I just realized there's music playing in the background. It's so frustrating. But anyway, this is something I was on about in my last stream. The idea that were the ancient salt mines, were they from the great trees? But there's also definitely the Titan possibility, which is on the table as well when it comes to this stuff. So I am going to close some of these. I can go back to the history as Juicy and Lucy shared with me. Maybe everything will run quicker. This isn't the only set of tabs I have open either. I do this so infrequently. I want to get it all in, one go. I really should stream more often, then my computer could handle it better. Okay, so the action adventure twins. This is something in my Spelunking Titanic Trees video. I go into this work that they've done, which is amazing. They're going into these incredible cavernous openings that just drop down 500 feet into the earth, and it all looks astonishingly like the insides of a tree. So if you haven't subbed to their channel, go check it out and watch some of those videos. It's nuts, the stuff that they do. In fact, there's a bunch of them. There's all these living trees that are tapping into the deep underground water sources. So if the trees were way, way bigger, they could very easily be tapping into the waters of the deep. And I think that's exactly what they were doing. And it was coming up through these giant channels that the twins are showing in their videos time after time. This was a new one for me, hopefully.
Anyways, as I went on the search, I realized that
this is a cool theory that I hadn't heard until recently, which I think has some credence. Check this out.
there were more supposedly meteorite craters all over the world in different continents, all around, roughly around the same size as you can see here in these pictures. I took a picture from each continent from every one of these supposedly meteorite craters. But out of all these craters, there's nothing left of the meteor that landed there. And I say that in quote, supposedly landed there. There's nothing left of the meteorite, but all the craters are still there. And I remembered researching geysers many, many years ago. Now, here's a few images of what geysers look like. But the images I'm showing you are what the geysers look like when they're actually erupting. So check this out. Now, does these craters underneath these geysers not look familiar to you? Just take a really, really close look. Now, I'm showing you the ones that are erupting. Now, let's take a look at the ones that are not erupting. Now, check this out. As you can see here, there's a runoff on the meteor crater and a runoff on the geyser. Now, look at here. Right in the middle, you see where the geyser actually comes up. You can see it in the meteor crater and the geyser. That's where the water comes up at. Same thing here. Everything around it is just where the water pressure coming up explodes everything outward. And here, if you look to the right of the crater and the right of the geyser, they're shaped identical. That's water pressure, not a meteorite. It's simply the original geysers that God opened up and flooded the earth with, people. Common sense. All you got to do is look at it. Now, once again, if we look in Genesis 7:11, it says, all of the fountains of the great deep broken up. The scripture tells us exactly what these are and exactly what God did to flood the earth. And it also says, and the windows of heaven were opened. So we also know that there's a firmament and it has windows in it. And he also flooded it from above as he did below. Now this is where your inner wisdom should kick in. Science tells you that these are so-called meteor craters, okay? But there's no meteors in none of them, all over.
Whoops. Wasn't the whole video. An abrupt ending. But an interesting theory, and I've shown a video by Mr. MBB333, and it's actually mirrored on my channel, where he's looking at what look like tree stumps in Madagascar, and they're these, like the Devil's Postpile, like what you see there with Devil's Tower, the basalt columns going up. So when you see if you're looking on Google Earth and you're looking from above and you see these round things that he's calling geysers, which could very well be, I think that's a plausible theory. The ones in Madagascar are not like that, because if you tilt on Google Earth, you can see in from angles and you'll see the basalt columns. Now the mainstream is telling us that's lava, right? That's what you're seeing here. Is in this video they're saying
tree compared to a volcanic eruption.
That the Devil's Tower is made from lava. That's the official story, right? That it just jutted upward and then cooled. I've got an article here I'll show in a second. But the geyser thing is interesting because there's no those circular, the meteorite craters, there's no meteors in them. They've got that ring that looks identical to a geyser. There's no basalt columns. And in the movie Noah, this is the one in Avatar. Truth in plain sight much? Boom. And I think that would have been a small one compared to how big they really got, based on what Hangman has been showing for the last several years. So that's a fascinating thing to ponder as well. But the geysers, I was going to say something else about that. The basalt columns. Oh, yeah, no, I was going to address, because every time I talk about this subject, people are always in my comments on the videos, and they're like, it's a tendon, it's an Achilles tendon of a Titan, and he got buried, and he was trying to, the flood waters are coming up, and he's standing on one leg trying to reach up to be able to breathe, and that's how he died. And all that's left is the Achilles tendon, and that's what Devil's Tower is. And I understand from a histological perspective, which is the study of tissue, why Roger might believe that from Mud Fossil University. I don't. I still lean towards tree, though there's another theory which I presented on my channel, that it could be fungus as well, which is, I'm in the lives here. Just show that real briefly since I'm talking about it. Felling Titan trees, who cut them down. Oh, rapid petrification is fact. This is the one I was looking for before. Dr. Andrew Snelling, the PhD geologist. This is just 3 minutes, and he talks about some of the real major problems with mainstream geology. This is the video that I was talking about here. I'm not going to play the whole thing, but I'll just skip ahead to some of the growth. I think this is just as plausible as tree. I don't know if it works scale-wise, but there are all these different breeds of mushroom that grow, and there's like 23 varieties of this one particular kind of mushroom that grows identical to how these basalt columns form. And I skipped over it, so I'll go back. Hello. Oh, there, I was just starting. Okay. Yeah, this is some good footage here. I mean, that looks pretty Devil's Tower-y to me. Anyway, it's that. This is worth a watch, because he's on board with the gigantic tree thing, but he doesn't think that the tower is a tree, and I don't think it's an Achilles tendon, because if that's the case, then that video from Mr. MBB 333 of Madagascar means that there was like 10 different titans that all lost one of their Achilles tendons, and it's just like these perfect basalt circular columns all over Madagascar. So I don't buy that one. Roger has some other theories that are interesting, but I think that it's either tree or maybe something like a fungus, like what you just saw. And one thing is definitely certain, and that's that the official mainstream narrative is laughable, in my opinion. And so I'm just going to close that. Yeah, and this is just, there are lots of people that are wondering about this. And as I said in a couple of my streams on the big trees, this is a straw man argument. If you go after this and you start claiming that there's no evidence for the trees because this is whatever, then you're ignoring the fact that the best evidence is not actually the stumps or the plateaus or this tower. The best evidence is the evidence that you saw at the very beginning of this video with the music, which is straight from Hangman 1128. And to me, you've got to be blind not to see the obvious fact that that is wood in all of its different shapes and forms. And some people just see rocks. But so this is an article from the mainstream looking at all the different ways, the different theories. They're all in agreement that this was lava. And then there are different theories about how that lava came about. You've got sedimentary layers. The magma came up, and then it created this stock, and then all these layers, because they're talking about 50 million years, all these layers slowly eroded away. And here's another version of the same idea. And I'm just like, okay, show me any examples of lava ever turning into anything that's got straight lines or hexagonal anything. I just think it's doesn't make sense. But hey, I'm not a geologist. What would I know? I'm just a guy with the Dunning-Kruger effect. This is amazing. This guy got drone footage. I think that volcanoes are the smoldering remains of the great trees that either produced radioactive elements, or when the tree got hit, those elements were created, plutonium, uranium, radium, and then those elements are down there smoldering and melting everything around them to this day. And every once in a while that stuff percolates upward, and we call that an eruption. Some amazing footage, isn't it? Just one more time. Look at this. Wouldn't want to be at the edge of that. And this is what it looks like from above, looking down. That's just nuts. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. Lava. And I just saw this. I thought it was absolutely gorgeous. I see this now and I just see part of a giant tree. I can't see it otherwise. What a place. That'd be amazing to witness firsthand. I don't remember what this is. Neither does the computer. Here, let's close some of these things. Oh, this is the Mr. B. Oh, right there. That's exactly what I was talking about. On Google Earth, you can go in, you can tilt this, and you can see the basalt columns. And to me, all of these little lakes and rivers, and this is, to me, we're just looking at a giant tree stump. That makes sense. And then the tipways, which are these plateaus that have the waterfalls coming out of the top, and they're just water running forever. That water isn't coming from rainfall. It's coming from deep down in the artesian wells of the deep, the waters of the deep. I think that these trees were taken down either through Cataclysm or by technology or some kind of a magic event. And they've still got the water running up right through them. And he's showing the leaf structures. This is like the size of the Empire State Building. Each of these, all the roots, the branches, and the leaves all still appear to be there. So that is definitely a video worth watching. Closing this stuff now just to get better resources so we don't have to wait for everything. All right, it's already getting faster. So, what was this? I think it's something I opened by accident. Okay. All right, this is a cool video. So this gets back to this whole idea of the trees taking up gold and why that might be significant. So
last name. So the reason I'm going live with Daniel is a long time ago, and maybe I don't know if you guys know about this book or not, but it's called De Re Metallica. It was written in the 1500s, and it was the Spaniards' Bible on how they mine gold, how they process gold, how they find gold, and everybody's saying, how are the Spaniards able to go around and find all this gold? And people, hey, A.V. Adams, how you doing? Anyways, it's they say, how are the Spaniards able to find all this gold? And then everybody says, well, they was out dowsing. Well, they did dowsing. They used the Spanish dip needles. But also, if you read that book, De Re Metallica, hey, JCL Ohio, how you doing? Oh, we got 12 people online. Anyways, back.
Just to give credit, this is from a channel called Terry Carter.
Back to De Re Metallica.
I think he goes hunting for gold.
Metallica. If you read that book, they talk about one of the ways that they found the gold and silver was by reading the plants and the trees. The plants and the trees have a different hue to them if they're growing over minerals. And Daniel is a professional arborist and has learned this stuff, and there's not very many people in the country that know how to do this. So with that said, Daniel, I'm going to take it, give it to you, and tell us about how you read the plants and trees and how that tells you that there's minerals there. Darren, how you doing?
Well, it's actually really fun and exciting. I love trees, always have, but they tell a story. They give you the story of what's happening under the ground. And, gold being toxic, these metals we're looking for, these are toxic. You eat enough gold, you're going to die. Same thing for the trees. They start eating up this gold through their roots, and then they start to get real sick. And so my job as a plant health care professional, as a certified arborist, has always been to improve the health of these trees. And I focused on these patterns from these heavy metals. because I saw a big opportunity there. A few other people have seen that as well, and you could read a lot of stories about people doing it in Australia and other places.
So I'm not going to play a lot of this, but the point is that this guy specializes in reading the trees, and he can tell where the gold is based on how the trees are growing. And he's claiming that the gold is harmful for the trees. And I would once again ask the question, is he jumping to conclusions? I mean, he's an expert in this, and I don't know thing one about trees really hardly. And I'm not criticizing him in any way, but is it possible, that, like, there's the whole cholesterol thing, right? People taking cholesterol medications because the medical community for many years had the drumbeat of cholesterol causes clotting of the arteries. Well, is it possible that whatever is causing the high degrees of cholesterol in the system are also causing the arteries to clog? But it's another question of, is correlation causation? Is it cholesterol itself that is clogging the arteries, or is cholesterol present in higher quantities in an unhealthy cardiovascular system? And there's a lot of very credible scientists that would tell you that that's the case, and that by taking the medications that are blocking the body's production of cholesterol, you're actually causing all kinds of long-term health problems. And this makes a lot of sense if you think about the fact that the hormonal system in our body is built, every single hormone that we produce is built on a molecular backbone of cholesterol. And, cholesterol is crucial because what we're talking about is fat. So there's a definite distinction between good fat, healthy fat, and bad fat. Like, for example, trans fats, deep fried fats, that kind of stuff, not good for the cardiovascular system. But healthy fat is incredibly important for our function. Our nervous system is built of fat. Our brain is almost entirely fat. All of our nerves throughout our whole body are in a sheath that's a fatty sheath that's made by these cells called the Schwann cells that are producing these coatings, just like we have the coatings on our wires in our houses, right? And all of that is made of fat. So if you start taking pills that are denying your body's ability to produce that, could it lead to some kind of other long-range health consequences? So, when he says that gold is bad for the trees, I'm not entirely convinced of that. It's possible that maybe a sick tree is producing higher quantities of gold, or that, I don't know. I'm just speculating. But the idea is that there's all kinds of ways to test for this in the leaves and in the in the root systems, and this guy's an expert in that. And it's a very interesting conversation, looking at the roots of the tree. It's broken down, looking at the leaves, when to look, when to take photos, like what time of year. It's talking about mining camps, pests in the trees. Google Earth, and this is going to get into a little story I'm going to tell here. So, you can look at stuff on, he can spot where gold is just looking on Google Earth, because he can see that certain trees are going to, they're going to have, like when the fall colors happen, they're going to have much higher quantities of particular colors. That's an interesting little bit of information, because I had a friend when I went to college in Santa Barbara in California. He was my good buddy. We got each other through math together. And he was studying geology. And when he went on to do a master's in geology after that, I haven't talked to him in years. I should reach out to him. He would be blown away by this stuff. He worked on a project that was a research project that was really interesting. They were trying to figure out how to get rid of plastic landmines. In these third world war-torn countries where they're using landmines that they've specifically made out of plastic so that you can't find them with metal detectors, right? They don't want the enemy going through the fields with metal detectors, finding them, disarming them, and taking them out. Well, that might be great for wartime, but it's really bad for after wartime for small children who might be playing in those fields, and then boom, they go. And it's so difficult and costly to remove these things, and people lose their limbs and lose their lives in the process. So the question was, how can we find these things in a much easier way? And he was part of this project that was a genius idea that this guy got to genetically modify plants, or through hybridization, or I don't know how it worked, but to specifically design a plant that was incredibly hardy, that would grow in the toughest of circumstances, so desert-like conditions, and so then the idea was to modify this plant so that it would respond to the explosive in a particular way that would cause it to alter its coloring. And so then the idea would be to fly over these areas where the landmines were known to be, and they would seed that area with a lot of this plant that grew, who knows, something like kudzu or something that just grows and grows rapidly. And they would seed it, and then these plants would grow, and as they grew, they would be genetically altered by the proximity to the explosives, which is really cool, because then what they could do is fly over in airplanes with and they could photograph with broad spectrum cameras, and they would be able to spot where the landmines were based on the growth patterns of these plants. So that was a project that my friend worked on, and apparently it functioned. Whether they're actually using that technology now as a way of removing these things, I don't know. They seem to be more interested in dropping bombs and placing more landmines than getting rid of them. But that's, because we live in a world that's run by the military-industrial complex, which is a sad state of affairs. So that's an interesting video. Check that out. Just, to me, more potential confirmation of this idea that the trees might be actually producing gold, and that if you know what to look for, you know where to find it. So that also speaks to the idea of a vested interest in keeping this secret, because then who's gonna profit from all of this being secret? The people who know, who own the mining companies, who know that maybe some of these mountains were once titans, and they have very, very special tissues that if you know where to look, you'll find rare gemstones or rare elements or whatever, or trees or you name it. So I think that if they know the truth about that, then they're not going to be eager to share it with the rest of the world. And they're making mention in this video of a document which you can find for free online, and it's already been translated into English, called De Re Metallica. It's a Spanish document from the 1500s. This is going back a long time. And this is talking about all of the different technologies that they had, the pumping systems. It's just, I haven't even begun to dip into this. But if you go back to the index of the, let's see here. You can see like this is heavily referenced. This is from Pliny the Elder, one of the Greek, writers, and it's like all of these different aspects just written about by Pliny. And over here, there was somebody else, a name that I saw that was pretty well known. Magellan, I think, was on there. And this is just the index for this book, 600 pages long. And at some point, I may sit down and actually try and go through that, but this is not that point. De Re Metallica. It's found on archive.org for free. And that's just an example of something that probably most people going through, geology school to become geologists have probably never heard of that and don't know anything about it. Just like the cardiologists don't know anything about the myocardial-ventricular band. The schools are hopelessly behind in the times, and probably intentionally so, if you know much about our history.
Can change to a different.
So this ties into the concept of biological transmutation, which I've spoken of a lot. And I'm just going to let this run for a moment while I say goodbye for a brief moment.
Element. In the standard model, this can only happen through a nuclear fusion or nuclear fission reaction, and this releases or requires vast amounts of energy. We've discussed that this process might actually occur without the need for vast amounts of energy. It is important to realize the origin of this and some of the first experimenters who were able to verify that this was happening. What is more surprising is that it would appear that nature does this all of the time. Let's journey through the discovery of biological transmutation. The first mention of this comes from John Baptiste von Helmont. He is probably the first experimenter that tried to study the workings of plants. He wanted to prove that the alchemical concept of 4 elements was incorrect. His idea was to grow a willow tree in a clay pot with 90 kilograms of dried soil. For 5 years he watered the plant and was able to show that the tree gained 76 kilograms of mass, whereas after drying the soil this had only lost 57 grams. He concluded that the water alone had therefore been sufficient to produce 76 kilograms of wood, bark and root. Although we can see that this was not really transmutation, it was the first hint at the idea that plants were doing something rather miraculous with what was being provided to them. From 1795 to 1796, the Berlin Academy of Science ran a competition asking for scientists to answer the question of where minerals in native grains come from. Are they created by plants during the formation process, absorbed externally, or created by means of a life force? In 1799, the German scientist Schrader won the competition. He conducted experiments on wheat, barley and rye and was able to show from analysis of the developed seedlings that the mineral matter had indeed been created. In 1807, the highly reputable French scientist Henri Braconnot reproduced Schrader's experiments. He allowed plants from the seeds to grow on different artificial media. He concluded that considerable transformation of the mineral content, especially potassium in experiments with mustard seeds and radish, had taken place. Around the same time, the French chemist Louis Vauquelin became fascinated by the quantity of lime that hens excrete every day. He isolated a hen and fed it a pound of oats, which were analysed for lime. He analysed the eggs and feces and found 5 times more calcium was excreted than was consumed. He also observed at the same time the silicon content was decreasing. He is the first scientist.
So 5 times more calcium than was consumed was found. If that's not like evidence that that it's producing calcium. So why is this important? In the beginning of the video, it says that we're taught these elements are coming from fusion, from the heart of stars, supernovas, and clearly there's plenty of evidence to show that while that might also be true, which I don't think it is, that what's really happening is there's probably a combination of biological transmutation, which means that trees, plants, animals are producing these different elements as they're going about their daily life. And then also there's the possibility of cold fusion as well, which I've been talking about with my friend Dr. Lenny Time, and he's got different theories about instant petrification that tie into that. So hope to have a future conversation with him on that subject in the not too distant future. Anyway, so yeah, this is a short video. It's only 12 minutes, I think, 12 minutes long. This is from a channel called See the Pattern, and something else. Let me just play a little bit more.
Is to have demonstrated biological transmutation of silicon into calcium. He found that a loss of only 1.274 grams of silica could not be accounted for an increase of 14.11 grams of limestone. He was unable to figure out how the lime was being formed. Albrecht Herr showed that under certain circumstances calcium can be transformed into silicon in plants. According to him, silicon could come from potassium.
So if calcium can go to silicon, that's an interesting thing. There's different theories about water becoming calcium as well that have to do with instant petrification. And so that, you know, the reason I brought that up is because a lot of people talk about the silica era. They think that these trees were made of what they're like the stumps are made of now back when they were alive. And I don't think that that's the case. I think that they became silica as a result of some cataclysmic process, and in which case they were something else and they transmuted into silica. To me, that just seems a lot more likely than what we're looking at as stone nowadays was once a living, breathing creature in a different era.
Under certain circumstances, but also from calcium in others. William Prout was an English physiologist and studied the incubation of eggs. He found that hatched chicks have more calcium in their bodies than originally present in the egg, and that this did not originate from the shell.
And the shell is still there. So clearly calcium is being created in the process of life occurring. So that in and of itself is already kind of a deal breaker for some pretty major cornerstones in the model, of physics when it comes to how elements come about and are produced.
In 1831, Kuber germinated watercress seeds in a clean glass vessel and showed that the sprouts contained minerals which did not previously exist in the seed. In 1844, German researcher Vogel planted watercress seeds in a bell jar on a bed of crushed glass. They were fed nothing but distilled water, yet when grown they contained more sulfur than had been in the seeds originally.
So they're just pulling it right out of the light or right out of the ether or I don't know what. But so this goes on, and just show at the very end, this is kind of the real genius when it comes to biological transmutation, Louis Kervran.
The most famous name associated with this is probably curator Louis Kervran. He had a broad knowledge of plants, geology, and nuclear science. His findings have been published in over 10 different books, some of which have been translated into English. He was also nominated for the Nobel Prize. Kervran performed experiments which showed that transmutation of chemical elements do indeed occur in living organisms. It all started when he was investigating the fatal accident of carbon monoxide poisoning when none had been detected in the air. He also analysed why the Sahara oilfield workers excreted a daily average of 320 milligrams more calcium than they ingested without decalcification occurring. He also studied chickens in Brittany and pointed out that the ground contains no calcium, and yet the hens would lay perfectly normal shells containing calcium each day. The hens eagerly pecked the mica from the soil, which happened to contain potassium. The chickens are able to transmutate some of the potassium into calcium. He discovered that in nucleidobiological reactions, oxygen is always in the form of O and never O2. Reactions with nitrogen occur only with N2. He proposed that the following transmutation reactions were occurring.
Anyway, you get the idea. So biological transmutation of elements is just a fact that, that most people have never heard of. Again, I'll post the links to these if you're interested. So this is Chevron's book, Biological Transmutations, also free, available on archive.org, and heavily referenced as well. That video, that channel that I just I closed the tab on it, but see the pattern. He's done several videos on the subject of biological transmutation and also transmutation through different processes that might involve things like plasma. He's looked at the works of Anthony Peratt, a physicist who's gone deep into that whole thing. There's a whole model called the SAM model, structured atomic model, that is, I'm not sure whose theories those are based on, if those are based on Peratt's or not, but it's just looking at atoms from an entirely different way, and they look like these oscillating kind of toroid things, so that's right up my alley. So when it comes to instant petrification, I've given loads of examples in my videos. Someone sent me this. This is petrified acorn. I've had 2 or 3 different people send me photographs of their petrified acorns. One of them, it was basically, there was a bucket that was at the corner of the house filled with acorns, and the rainwater had come down the gutter and fallen down and filled this bucket. And so basically there was running water on these things for quite a while. And within a year, they turned to stone. Someone writes to me, growing up, we had a petrified potato. It fell into the junk drawer unnoticed and petrified. You could still see the eyes and everything. it couldn't have taken more than a year because Mom did spring cleaning. Yeah, and there was somebody else had no, can't find it. Yeah, so petrified acorns. This was really interesting. This came in a week or two ago on my video called Quartz is Sap. This guy writes, at the Colorado School of Mines, a very good school, we learned things that were incredible for the location of gold veins, quartz, other precious metals. So gold in a vein, right? Hold on a second. Plasma lightning strike can instantly create metals. Also, any organic property subjected to high plasma lightning or something like scalar will cause great effects. Gold veins are plasma going through biological matter, coupled with massive pressure waves and shocking winds. Winds that cause shock waves make pressure as the plasma provides electrical current and you get veins of metals. We had a teacher who mentioned carefully, let's see, did I get these in the wrong order? Who mentioned carefully, if you see mountains or hills that appear like a huge human or some creature, that we should check certain areas around it for metals. It works. I'm sitting in the desert now where quartz is everywhere, and copper mines on and there's a copper mine on the other side of the mountain. Just picked up a piece of quartz that caused my GP 7000 gold meter to go off. Was set to locate larger gold, not small. This sample is in front of me. The hillside had areas that resemble an odd creature and has caves going over 600 to 1500 feet. Old gold mines everywhere. Last week, the owner was offered $1.5 million to sell the land. The buyers want every home gone as part of the deal. Imagine that. So yes, our race is much smaller to keep pace with its recourses. I'm not sure which he meant there. Think about it. The smaller you are, the less you'll consume. So here we are as grasshoppers compared to our past history. The entire known landmass is a mining colony, a wasteland. You can see huge trails called mountains or volcanoes, valleys like Grand National are old ditches, and so on. Was home to giants compared to us. It's not that they're huge, it's that we are very, very small. And that's the story. The truth is being uncovered daily. People with eyes to see are understanding. Mainstream and current educational systems are to confuse you. So it's about time to wake up. I know of only a few others. I know of only a few others that understand. Wait a minute. Okay. I know of only a few others that understand. Sorry. I was looking at the wrong part. I know of only a few others that understand. One gave this video to me. Thanks. He's referring to my video there. Yeah, so I've had several people from the mining industry reach out to me, especially when it comes to the big tree stuff, and tell me that it's absolutely spot on. And some have said that people in the higher ups know about this stuff. And this was on my recent video called Point and Claim or Look and See. What do you think? And some are just saying, oh, it's just rocks. And there's no evidence to support this big tree thing. You're just pointing and claiming because it looks like something. And I would say that's ignorant. There's a shit ton of evidence in favor of this, whether it's historical, whether it's from old newspaper articles, whether it's from the mining industry, whether it's from actual HD quality, boots on the ground footage showing every single aspect of the big trees. There's tons of evidence. So it's anything but point and claim. It's point and see. And as this person agreed, anyone that can't see that was wood is either knowingly part of the cover-up or is lost beyond saving. I showed this in my opals video. Let's see here. I'm not going to go into that into detail because I did a whole live stream on this subject. Here, opals, geodes, and the great trees. Just looking at all the different ways in which different things that we call biology might manifest as geology, but not as we're told through the whole uniformitarianism, heliocentric, hundreds of millions and billions of years model. These guys go into something that, to me, when you see these caves, it is just clearly tree that they're looking in, and they're finding opal. Opals can be made in laboratories. Opals are opals. I mean, look at this. This is tree grain. And they'll mainstream will tell us this is sedimentary layering that came through millions of years. I don't buy it anymore. And these guys find thousands and thousands of dollars worth of opals by just breaking through this wall and causing these chunks to fall down. And at one point he reaches for a piece and he picks it up and he goes, wow, this looks exactly like petrified wood. And that's because that's exactly what it is. And then they find a really cool nuclear powered tree frog. Look at this. Look at that thing. How does that thing live down there? What's it living off of? It's just crazy. Yeah, so again, I'll point you to these videos in the links. I just saw this one 2 days ago. Someone sent this to me. These guys go under a hotel, and this cavern just goes on and on and on. And the roof is flat. This was a coal seam, and they were mining not just coal here. There was other stuff that was removed. And this place is just trippy as all heck. And there's a bunch of, you can see it's just so obviously tree to me now when I see this stuff. And they got, I mean, it's so sketchy. They've got these old rotted wooden beams that are like trying to hold up this whole thing. And there's a bunch of metal as well. And they get back and they get to the end of this thing and it's just like bricked off. What is going on? It's so wild. Shocking secrets uncovered beneath famous hotel basement. There's nothing, I mean, the whole thing is worth watching just to kind of take it in, but I think they were pulling all kinds of precious who knows what out of this. If you're eager to watch this stuff before I get a chance to put the links in, just go by the name of the video and search for it. You'll probably find it. I think I showed this in my last video, just different devices that I never even thought about that, you know, there's a lot of mines that are shaped, they're just too perfect. They couldn't have been like done with hammer and chisel. And I think this steampunk kind of technology has been around a long, long time. And a lot of these mines were mined with technology that you just don't even think about. That is pretty simple. There it is, shaping that thing and going in a little bit at a time. Tunnel drill. I'm sure the more you know about mining, which I don't know much. I mean, look at this thing. The more you know about mining, the more stuff you're going to be able to see if you're looking at it through these lenses. There's a lot of stuff I probably missed because I don't know anything about this stuff. But look at that. That reminds me of this thing that I saw in the movie Labyrinth once, where this little troll is like on a bicycle and he's powering this gigantic boring drill that's going through and drilling holes just like this in the bedrock, and the thing goes by and it's like powered by this little dwarf on a bicycle. It's really hilarious, but that's what that reminded me of. Is there anything else? Oh, I don't know what that is. I will interact with the chat here in a little bit. I just want to get through some of these tabs. This is just looking at the idea that there are these ancient, that there are these cavernous cave structures that have been discussed under, like, entire continents seem to have had these things. This is South Africa. Oh, that reminds me of a story I wanted to tell. So I went to South Africa in 2007 for the World Congress of Chiropractic Students. I was a delegate representing my school there. And the guy who hosted the conference was a student. He was the one arranging our conference. And there was one point where some of the delegates were invited home to this guy's house, his parents' house. And this was in Johannesburg, South Africa. What a place. Wow. It felt like apartheid was still there. The hotel we stayed in, all of the managers were all white and the entire staff were all black. And they were all like really timid and yes, sir, you know, and they do anything you asked instantly, you know. It was really, felt like I'd gone kind of back into the days of slavery. And it was not a safe place. There were some of the places we drove through were nuts. Like, you would not have wanted your car to break down at nighttime in these areas. And we would drive from basically gated compound to gated compound, and it was I was there for a week. It was unusual. I remember flying in when we came into land in the airport there. From the air, I saw, oh, there's Johannesburg, and then as we got closer, I was like, what is that? It looked like a giant dump on the side of the city. And Johannesburg is a big city. I think there's over 1 million people there. And as we flew in and we got closer, I realized that what I thought was a dump was a shantytown that was just, it was like 1 million people in this shantytown. And this was back during the ethnic cleansing that Mugabe was supposedly doing. The Zimbabwe refugees were pouring in to Johannesburg at something like 50,000 refugees a day for a period of time. And they had nowhere to go but this shantytown. I have no idea how these people survive and where they get their running water from. And it was just, I can't even imagine it. But the reason I brought that up is that at this dinner, when we went to this home, the father of the guy who was organizing the conference, he was a specialist in mining, and some of the deepest mines in the world are in South Africa. That's where most of the diamonds come from. I guess like the De Beers control that. You know, it's all Dutch. It goes back to the Dutch East India Trading Company, and you know, they cornered the market on gold and diamonds, and a lot of it comes from that part of the world. So when I see this map here, I'm just like, what were they digging down into? You know, well, this guy told this story of the mining shafts, and he told us that these things go miles down, and you get in these elevators that just goes miles and miles down, and he talked about the monstrosity, the size of these things, and you know, I didn't know about any of this stuff I've been talking about today back then, obviously. So it never occurred to me to ask any, you know, more pointed questions. But I was really struck by the way he was describing this, and he spoke about it like with an air of mystery. And if I remember correctly, he even talked about how some of the stuff seemed like it had already been there for a really, really long time. And I mean, how could that be with mines that are going down miles? Like, what technology did they have even 100 years ago that could pull off something like that, let alone hundreds of years ago? So that's why I brought that up. And you can see here, this is India, I guess, and that would be Madagascar. And I mean, the maps, how different they looked back then, you know, water levels and everything. So this looks like the water levels are higher. India would have been a lot bigger. And there's another one of those giant caverns, whatever those were. It's like Journey to the Center of the Earth. Oh, all right. So before I start with this next part, I'm just going to check in with the chat and see how everyone's doing. How's it going, everybody? Hangman1128 in the chat. Welcome, bro. Nice to see you. You did an amazing live stream and then you took it down. Don't take your live streams down, please. Some of the best stuff I've seen you do has been live and spontaneous. So keep those up, please. Hangman, nice to see you there. Juicy and Lucy. Let's see what I'm working on a long video that will require deep attention to detail about volcanoes, lava rock, magma, calderas, obsidian, and quartz. I can't wait because I know you're right about that and your conclusions on that stuff. I've seen enough already to be totally confident about that. I shared some clips from Dan Hurd. He's got a channel. It's got like 1.3 or 1.4 million subs, and he's looking at everything. He's a prospector, mining for gold and going to all these crazy places. His channel's really worth looking at, especially if you're looking through different goggles, because his channel is showing some of the most amazing geological structures you can imagine, and a lot of it is very, very, very clearly tree, if you ask me. Juicy and Lucy say, we've been watching Iceland all week. It's fascinating. Yeah, Iceland is just, it's off the charts when it comes to all the stuff going on there geologically. Mike's doing a good job in my next video. We'll really open his mind and connect lots of dots for him and those who have kept up with my videos. Great, I can't wait. And someday I hope we can have a conversation that others can hear, because I've loved the ones we've had together. Inside a coal mine, you're inside of a titanic tree. I believe that 100%. And some say belief is the enemy of knowing. I'd like to say I know that 100%, but at this point it's a belief. Earthquake in Turkey last year. Government pulled people out. The day before that happened, the tech used opened up the land. It cracked it right up. I don't know about that, but that sounds interesting. Tree project. Yeah, that's a big job, man. I don't know how you keep it all sorted out. It's hard for me to keep track of all the data, and that's why I don't stream very often. It takes me loads and loads and loads of hours to prepare something like this. But the tree project, the trees periodic table of elements, volcanoes, it's larger than most people could possibly comprehend. Thank you for the donation on Patreon. I appreciate that, Derp, and any other donations. I don't know if there were any. I haven't been able to see the chat while I'm doing the stream. Anders Kirlosiade from Ljungskile. Was Karen B talking giant trees today? Oh, she doesn't usually have anything good to say about them. All right, so let's move on. All right. Some see rocks. Okay, so I see something like this, and I see tree now. I mean, jagged edge of what was probably a stump that swooped around. You know, it'd be interesting to see from above. I don't know where this is, but it's just imagine climbing that. That would be nerve-wracking, to say the least. So a friend of mine has been sending me these clips, and I've just got to say a little shout out to my friend John from Norway, and also Jari, who lives in Sweden. He's Finnish. Jari was the first guy to commercialize wingsuits, and he's the Birdman is what he's called. Thanks for dropping by, Hangman. I see you've got to go. Conspiracy music guru in the house. truther music maker extraordinaire. If you haven't heard of him or watched his music, his videos, go right to that after this. Anyway, John and Yari were they were pioneers in wingsuit flying, have had hundreds if not thousands of jumps, and so obviously the sport, like all sports, has been taken to the next level, and these guys are doing proximity flying that's just crazy. I was a hang glider pilot for about 10 years. Someday I'll do some videos on showing some of the old footage and photographs and tell some of my hang gliding stories. I've got some great ones to tell. And what I was doing back then was amazing. What these guys are doing now is just, it's just hard to even fathom. But the reason I'm going to show you these clips is not to show off the wingsuit flying, but to show you, just to look at the landscape. Try not to focus on the flyers, even though what they're doing is next level crazy. And I just, tell me this isn't gigantic trees behind them. Guy's flying upside down, backwards. He's going to flip over in a second. Clearly tree, if you ask me. Look at that. Look in the back. It's got to be Norway. A lot of the best proximity flying is there. So, that's that one. Here's another. Note the fisheye lens. Makes everything look really curvy. Kind of like NASA does with all of their footage from the LISS. Juicy and Lucy have just gotten the notification of my live stream. 2 hours later. How long have I been going? Did I start at 7? Oh my gosh. Almost 3 hours? Holy moly, time flies, huh? That's nuts. I've been in a time warp. That guy's in a time warp. You believe that canyon he flew down? What a thing. This is the biggest excavator in the world. That could explain some geological formations. I'm not sure why I had that in there. Here we go. This is Jeb Corliss. He's really famous. Oh, wait a minute. Let me just start this over. So it's so clear when he gets down there to that part that we were just about to watch. Look at the line he takes. Flies right by this house. Whee! Look at the grain. Now this, look at this. There's your grain, there's your tree rings, right? So this is what Hangman is showing. When you get down, if you got up close to this, you would see, maybe not here because of all the, this looks to me like water erosion. It could be wind, rain erosion, but I think just like the great myths and religious texts say, I think the waters of the deep, or the waters of the Great Flood, they reached above the mountains. And if you got up close to this, you would probably see all kinds of traces of micrograin. It looks so fake, it must be real. Or the other way around. least that's what they want us to believe, that it looks so real, it must be fake. And this is just more of the same. What a world we live in, huh? It's still so incredibly beautiful and majestic, even despite all the cataclysm and the felling of the great titanic trees. More of the same. From Jeb Corliss. This is something I saw the other day. I have no idea what this is, but it does look organic to me. I suppose it could be some giant structure. But I don't see any real uniform blockwork. It looks more like grain to me. I have no idea what the heck that is. It's very hollow for being a volcano, if that's what it is. Just stuff I run across. I save these things on Instagram and Facebook. This one is really amazing. Start this one over.
I never thought I would have found two, but that thing is fairly wide. I mean, I don't even have words for it, but if you follow along here, you can see, you say, well, that's rock, but if you look on top, there's the bark, and you follow it along, and folks, we're at 10 feet right here. Now there's another type of wood that's been remixed with this. There's the rest of the log that we originally started looking at. And look at this. That thing has got to come back here. It has got to be 25 or 30 feet. That, I am assuming, from the way that this other wood looks, is a log. That is a log. There's another one, and another. Look at the stumps.
So he's calling these stumps, and because of the proximity of them to each other, it could be that there was a bunch of trees that got laid down and then petrified. But I'm thinking this almost seems more like, oh no, it has bark. I was going to say petrified root structure. Well, it could be. Roots have bark on them when they're above ground, so it could still be root structure. But I just thought that was pretty cool.
It's just amazing.
I think every single thing that he's looking at here is all tree. That's my take on it.
And I haven't even scratched the surface of what I've seen out here today. Completely different spot, probably 30, 35 miles from where I was at riding initially. They're hanging out of the side of the freaking cliff. Found a.
So that's from a Instagram channel called I'm the Improbable Dreamer. He's got such great stuff. You got to check it out. He's got a lot of followers too. He does these really great 1-minute videos that are just encapsulations of a lot of the anomalous stuff that all of the alternative researchers have been looking at for the last 6 years or so that I've been involved in all of this. This is Rome. I used to live about a 5-minute walk from this pyramid. I just realized. Someday I'm going to do a follow-up to the Star Forts I've known and loved video that I did two videos. Star Forts I have known and loved part 1 and part 2 with 13th Monkey, the first one, and then on the second one with 13th Monkey and the Archivist. And those are both really good because we cover a bunch of stuff that I haven't covered in any other videos in those videos. But I'm going to do one on Rome at some point in the not too distant future. So check this guy out. I've commented on a few videos. I'd love for him to make a couple of shorts on my stuff if he watches it, and because he's got a lot of people watching his stuff, and it would be fun to attract some more attention to all of this. Many have seen this, but this is the first time I've seen video footage. I can't remember where this is. I think, oh, it's in Mexico.
The largest natural crystals ever found in any underground cave. the largest one so far, measuring about 36 feet in length and weighs over 55 tons. The amazingly huge crystals in this subterranean cave have become this large because of the extremely hot temperatures inside of the underground cavern, and this encourages microscopic crystals to form, rapidly growing much faster than we're used to seeing in cooler locations. Just gazing at these gigantic, beautiful crystals, one can't help but get carried away, imagining what else awaits further exploration deeper inside these caves. In the year...
Yeah. Somebody has written giant anthill, ant hole, ant nest. That's a creepy thought. Can you imagine the size of the ants that would have come out of there? That thing I showed before, I was saying it didn't look like a volcano. Ooh, that's a... yeah. Definitely. Yeah, I missed one. Let's see. That's the I'm the Improbable Dreamer. Check him out on Instagram. Post a message to him. Tell him to take a look at biogeology, petrified hearts, and giant trees, and maybe he'll make a video on that stuff. I showed this before. The mushroom stuff. Get to that in a second. This is just this is from a smaller channel, Hike 734, and they went hiking, and
first tricky part is actually on the trail. There's this, it's a hazard called Ahern Drift,
with some really good footage of stuff that, to me,
and we walked up to that thing, and it's a steep angle drift, and we kind of tested it out a little bit, and we were like, you know, let's just go underneath it. So we hopped off the trail and worked our way around to the other side. But man, looking over at the...
I'm tree blind now. I can't see anything but tree when I see this stuff. Paradigm blind.
Iceberg Peak from that angle.
Yeah, see, I mean, look at all this. Geology just wants you to believe that... oh, there's a cave right there.
Well, it really doesn't
all
look...
just, you know, dead creatures and plant life, and all just laid down on top and top and top for hundreds of millions of years, and then got broken upward and made these mountains, and yet all of these lines are still parallel to the ground, which is really weird if they were pushed upward through tectonic activity. They would just kind of go straight up like that, like an elevator. I've talked about this in past videos. This guy was there's past the Pumupunku, different civilizations in South America. They had technology using plants. Technology isn't the word, but alchemy, using different kinds of plants, and they could literally soften stone made from from using plant extracts to soften the stone. And this is there's a series of rocks made by a sculptor who he's got all these different weird configurations. This is I believe this is granite, and he's just bent it and squeezed it in there, and then it's hardened back to granite. So this ties into ideas related to instant petrification, petrification of body parts. I've talked about Girolamo Sagato and Paolo Guarini, Italians 100 years ago who knew how to petrify just about anything, but people don't know anymore. This is something I saw not so long ago, and I thought that's actually plausible as well. There's a lot of people talking about melted buildings out there. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of evidence of melt. It's more eroded buildings, so I think they should call it erodology instead of meltology. But I'm okay with the possibility that this could be something like that. Could also be tree stump. You'd have to get boots on the ground and see what you see to really know for sure. This is something I've shown in videos in the past. My very first video, I had a photograph of this, but I only showed, I was going to make a box around it. I only showed this portion. because I never saw the rest of this structure. But if you look at all of this, if this is elephant, then all of these would have to be elephants. And why would this be made out of the same stone as this, if this is petrified elephant and this is just stone or lava? So this is an example to me, very likely, of pareidolia, where it looks like an elephant, especially if you're coming in from this angle and you look at it. But I've seen high definition boat footage where they go around it in a boat, but they're so close that when you see the boat footage, you're only seeing this, and it still, looks a hell of a lot like elephant. Is it an elephant? I don't know. Why would its trunk be so wide in relationship to the size of the head if it's a elephant? I hate to dispel myths that are fun to believe in, but there's a lot of the petrified titans photography and claims that are being made by people that I don't think are substantiated by evidence. This is I talked about salt mines being from the giant trees, and this is another picture that I hadn't seen or shown. This place looks totally surreal. I think this one is in Romania. I think last time I said Poland, but I'm pretty sure this particular one is in Romania. And my most recent community post is of this looking down from above, and I'll be damned if that doesn't look exactly like the internal structure of a tree from above. I hadn't seen the aerial shot either, but you can get a taste of it here. But there's another one that's looking down, and it's just a slam dunk for tree as far as I'm concerned. But what a place! Look at this staircase. I so want to go in here and check this out. This was cool. My friend John, the pilot, the wingsuit pilot, sent me this the other day from Utila in the Honduras, and he had shown these guys some of my videos, and he'd shown them the heartstones, and he'd shown them the stuff on the great trees, and they wanted to send this to me, so he recorded it.
Hello, Mike. Blessing. Los piedras muy bonito. Wow. Extra. Árboles muy.
He says the stones, the heart stones, are very beautiful. Wow. The heart, the giant trees
bonito.
Are very beautiful.
Wow, nosotros estamos sorprendidos.
Wow, we are so surprised.
El amigo John nos enseñó y muy bonito.
And our friend John showed us, and it's really beautiful.
¿Qué piensas?
Excellent work. Muy. And then John asks him, what does he think?
Bonito, árboles, piedras, están ahí. Bonito.
Sí.
¿Cuándo viene la mosquita?
All I can say is
mañana.
Just so beautiful. They're helping him on a house that he has there, and they come from the mainland, from the rainforest, and these are guys who are of the indigenous tribe. I can't remember. He told me the name of it. I don't remember. Somebody in the chat might know, but it was just such a wonderful thing I wanted to share with you guys. Someone sent me this, and this is the first time I've seen the basalt columns. You can't really see here, but they're right in here with this big mass on top. And to me, this looks like this was part of, the basalt structures, and this all got melted. But I'm sure that other people would have different opinions. But it's the first time I've seen this kind of mass sitting on top of these basalt columns. So was it tree and then it got melted? I don't know. But you can see it clearly here. Someone's asking how they can send pics. I'll post in. There's a Telegram group that I created so people can reach out both and talk to others who are interested in this stuff, and also send photographs and video. Telegram is generous with allowing people to send larger files. So posting in the chat the Telegram group here. If you want to send anything to me, that's a good place to send it, and then you can just tag me at Stellium7, and then the main channel is t.me/biogeology. I'll post that too here. That's a good way to post it. Someone in a comment says, I remember reading once that the best rubies were the hearts of old trees. That's related to that plasma tree thing I've been talking about, which I showed videos of the microwave making plasma or using plasma to make rubies in a matter of seconds. There must be some truth to this, since it seems all of our geology was biological in nature at some point. The implications are staggering. But for me, yep, just another day in the Matrix. Ain't that the truth? Just gets weirder every day, doesn't it? This is just a screenshot. This is in Thailand. The Naga is this mythical tale of this witch that was turned into a giant snake and then petrified. I don't know if this is somebody's art project and they came in there and they carved this, but if that's not somebody making that by hand, that is a petrified snake or dinosaur or serpent or whatever. It's just clear as a day. And that is clearly a broken fragment of a tree. What a sight. That'd be a heck of a thing to climb. Thanks for your explanation of the volcanoes. Burning compost heap is a brilliant idea. Yeah, I said that if there were Titans and they were roaming around and they had a particular site they like to do the number 2, then just like compost heaps can spontaneously combust, that was another possible outcome or cause of volcanoes, is the idea that maybe they were giant titanic dung heaps. I was recently in Lanzarote and 100% petrified trees and root systems, but I couldn't think of an explanation for the lava. I was meant to hear you. Thanks, Mike. Here's another theory. What if the giant trees were all underwater after a cataclysm to a certain level, and then they petrified to the surface of the high mineral muddy waters, and then all of the biological material above the waterline decomposed? This gives you also a flat tree trunk after the water's lowered by the years. Just an idea. And that's an idea that I touched on in this video here recently called, where is it? Felling Titan trees. I just talked about some of these different theories, looking in the tipways, the water coming out, which is clearly coming from artesian wells, which is interesting. The deep underground wells, they're named after arteries, artesian, just like, you know, our biological arteries are transporting our lifeblood, which is blood. In the trees, it's water and sap. So an excellent idea. How does this come about? Through tectonic activity? Come on. It's just obviously tree. Tree. More tree. And I just posted this just a reminder of how complex and curved and magnificent the grain of trees can be. Another stump. Same one, I think, from a distance. And this is also looking very tree-like. if you do some research on petrification, you'll be surprised that it doesn't take millions of years. There's a lot of evidence for that. Students did a project where they dug into a landfill to see what they could uncover, and they found petrified hot dogs. I also saw various videos of a guy demonstrated petrified various objects in a very short time. He showed that all that's really required is swift running water across the object. I've shown that many times. Mother Shipton's Cave. Mother Shipton's Cave. High mineral content waters that are constantly running. People go and they hang objects which petrify in a matter of months. And first they get encased in mineral content, and then that works its way into the objects. So lots and lots of different examples of rapid petrification in the geological record. How Spaniards found their gold. And yeah, we're getting back to the thing is I had other tabs open. Should I go through these? Should I keep going? People here interested? I don't even know how many are watching here. I hope I haven't put everybody to sleep. 160 people? Wow, cool. Welcome, everybody. Hope you're enjoying it. I'm just going to keep going since you're all here. And I only brought this because I've never seen this before. Every day I'm discovering new stuff in this realm that I didn't know existed. These are underwater trees. Look, it's a little forest. So how big can those things get? What's really going on at the bottom of the ocean? There's a famous video of a submarine going down and bouncing off of a lake at the bottom of the ocean that's of high mineral content water, and they couldn't even penetrate the lake because it was so high content or high mineral content. So the submarine at the bottom of the ocean bounced off of this lake, and they could see the ripples extending outward. And yeah, so it's just what a place we live in. It's still so incredibly magnificent despite all the destruction and the cataclysm, all the different wildlife that exists. Saw that and I was just taken by the beauty. I once got really close to the back of one of these and I didn't know it, but the upper back portion is the exact wrong place to swim after one of these things because their tails can strike, and they're one of the fastest creatures on Earth. Their tails can strike at 300 times a second. Remember, if you guys remember Steve Irwin, that crazy guy that always played with all of the most dangerous creatures on Earth, it was one of these that actually claimed his life because he was doing exactly what I was doing. He's swimming up behind one of these things from above, and it struck him and it punctured his heart, and so he died of heart failure. So those things are very dangerous. I didn't know, but I swam up on one of these things here in the town that I live in, and they have their eyes are one distance apart from each other if you look at them, and then their breathing holes are another distance. Well, I swam up on these things with my girlfriend, and we were up above them, and this thing was completely buried in the sand below, and I could see it had these rectangular breathing holes that were opening up and closing and opening up and closing. So the whole thing was buried in the sand except for the breathing holes which were above the sand. And I pointed to it, and my girlfriend, she looked at me confused, and I looked and she didn't understand what I was pointing to. And then she saw the holes opening. She's like, "Whoa." And so I grabbed a little rock about the size of this one, and I just dropped it on the sand because I thought that would kind of startle it and cause it to come up out of the water. Didn't move a muscle. I was like, oh, that's weird. So I grabbed another rock that was a little bit bigger, and I dropped it on the sand. And this thing came out of the sand. I was expecting it because I had seen one before that I had chased after that was about 1.5 feet wide. And I had seen just that one, and that was the only frame of reference I had. And I remembered its eyes being roughly that far apart, and so I thought, oh, this must be around the same size. When that thing came out of the water, it was almost 1.5 meters wide, and it came up out of the water, and it turned and it started swimming towards my girlfriend, and she bolted for the shoreline. I swear she walked on water. She got out of she was paddling so fast she was at the shore in seconds. And then, being dumb, I followed the thing around, not realizing that I was risking my life. So that story's worth telling if it saves a life and keeps people from getting up behind the tail of these things. And I never seen one of these birds before. Doesn't look so happy at the cameraman. It's kind of like a shoebill, if anyone's ever seen one of those. Shoebill? I didn't know these existed until like a year ago. How many creatures are there that are out there that still exist and haven't gone extinct that we've never even heard of? How prehistoric does this thing look? This is like, I don't know, like a small ostrich. Shoebills. They're just the most bizarre things. That just... I just, where'd it go? There it is. No. What the heck? Did I close it? Taking this from the middle. Yeah, the shoebill, that looked a lot like a shoebill.
Welcome to the Panama Pacific Expo, also known as the 1915 San Francisco World's Fair.
This is another one of the Improbable Dreamer videos. This is the first time I've seen actual video footage. They had video back then. This is, I think this is San Francisco. So 1915. Look at how elegantly dressed the people are walking around. The waterworks. It's just astonishing, the size of these temporary buildings, some which are still standing and made of stone. So it's just another one of those things that makes you go, maybe these were all just a way of erasing our true history. These World's Fairs, if you haven't looked into that rabbit hole, it's a big, deep one. Check it out. Yeah, I posted this one. I think this is called Shiprock. Not surprisingly, it looks like a ship. And I want to show this photograph, which, you know, people are very selective. They'll show this one and they'll be like, it's a petrified ship. And it's like, okay, so why all the micro layering if it's a petrified ship? And if it is a ship, then why is that layering extending to here? Is this another ship also? We got to use some discernment. We got to be aware of things like pareidolia and the Dunning-Kruger effect and apophenia. Talked about all these in every one of my videos. But if you think that's a ship, I think you got to think again, because clearly this is all part of the same eroded structure. Cool though. Does look like a ship. People have sent me and posted lots of stones in the Telegram chat. I've specialized in the heart stones because honestly, those are the only ones I can be certain about. So many broken chunks of stuff that looks like flesh, looks like biology, looks like something. Sometimes they look like organs. This looks like a petrified organ upside down, or a petrified heart. So does this. That looks like the backside of the heart. I would predict that the front side would be faceted, maybe even have a crease going lengthwise down it. The other side of this might have some indentations where the aorta and the vena cava would have been. This one has that indentation right there. And they both got the tapering in on the side. So this would be the top and that would be the bottom. This would be the top and that would be the bottom. So sometimes people are thinking I'm the big expert on biogeology and that I should be able to tell them what these things are. And honestly, a lot of times I don't have a clue. But that's what the chat group is for. So people can post stuff and and talk about it and talk amongst yourselves. And I don't have a whole lot of time to be in there, but I appreciate all the people who are, and I will try to post more there in the future. This is bioluminescence from a bacteria that when jostled, they give off light. There's all kinds of different creatures in the sea that are bioluminescent and glow, literally. I got to see here in this town something called a flying Gunard while I was out snorkeling one time. Gunard. I don't usually go with a snorkel. I just have a mask and I just hold my breath. I didn't know these things existed until I saw one. I had to come back and search for it because they retract their wings. And when they would retract their wings, they look like a rockfish, which is a poisonous fish. And I was like, oh, I wonder if that's what that is. So I got up close to it, and this time I was smart. I didn't try and touch the thing. But as I got up closer to it, it spread its wings, and it was bioluminescent. It literally was glowing in the daylight. This wasn't nighttime when I was out there. So it might be that it was just reflecting the light. So this might not be one of those creatures that actually glows in the dark. But there's a bunch of creatures that glow in the dark, and bioluminescence is a wonderful thing, which ties into sonoluminescence, which ties into just all kinds of things. I brought this up. I love to share this guy's work. He is wait, we'll come back to this in a second. This is David Schiermeyer. He's on Facebook, and he is doing some of the best visualizations of cymatics. This is all created using sound frequencies. And this is him just changing and oscillating the frequency of sound. And the geometrical patterns are amazing that form. In fact, I've got a folder specifically for cymatics from this guy, which I'll show in a second. But he's got really high quality camera setup. This is water or some other fluid that he's vibrating. He's got a speaker underneath it. So as he plays this frequencies, the speaker is vibrating up and down at different rates, and it's creating these geometrical patterns. And then he has an array of LED lights that are changing color, and they're capturing different parts of these patterns. And this ties in back to the heart, which is kind of how we began the whole thing, and the works of Francisco Torrent Guasp, because the heart, in my opinion, is also a cymatic utterance of our Creator, and each and every one of us has this oscillating frequency. This is all created. This is all from David Schiermeyer. Not that one. This is just showing the Mandelbrot set, which is a mathematical pattern, and you plug in a particular mathematical algorithm, and you get this infinite regress of a pattern that goes both infinitely inward and infinitely outward. And so there's all kinds of different animations that you can view where you can literally navigate through these mathematical algorithmic patterns. And these are just more of David Schiermeyer's work. I'll go through them real quickly, and people can pause if they want to really take in the beauty and majesty of these cymatic capturings. And sometimes you see what look like creatures, aliens, entities, angels, you name it. He's finding them in the patterns. It's just mind-boggling, the complexity and the beauty. And every one of these was made with sound, water, and light. And that's it. And a really high-speed camera. And this is getting into magnetics, the vortexes that are magnetics. This is the north and south pole of magnets. That's what these holes are. This is a ferro cell that's a bulb. It's like a bulbous or like a sphere with ferro fluid in, and then they move the sphere around, so they coat the inside sphere, and then they put a magnet up next to it, and you can visualize the magnetic field of the magnet in a sphere. And this is looking at it with a ferrocell flat. This is a ring magnet. The black is the magnet, the ring magnet, and then this is what's known as the counter space. And here you see the flower of life pattern. So it's just everywhere. These mathematics, the majesty of the fingerprint of our Creator is everywhere. So, and oh, this was amazing. So people have taken this to the next level. Let's start this over.
This is what sound looks like. This is the physical representation of a sound wave moving through a medium. Now let me explain how this works. This is a Lissajous curve.
Okay, and I just wanted to say, this also ties into petrification as well, because people don't realize this, but there's something called Geysers technology. We all know about lasers, you know, concentrations of light that can burn things in an instant, or, you know, turn them to whatever, right? Last time I did a stream, I showed Fresnel's lenses, which are gigantic magnifying glasses, which concentrate the light of sun and can literally start to melt stone in seconds and vitrify it and turn it to something that looks like obsidian. And Geysers technology, as I understand it, is actually more powerful than laser technology. So Geysers technology is another potential culprit when it comes to instant petrification. I've talked many times about these electric wires that went down, and they laid across a bunch of tree stumps, and they petrified the entire stumps within 6 hours to stone, and they petrified the entire root structure as well. So that's just electric current. Geysers technology is next level powerful. Who knows what that's capable of? So it all ties together, and that's why I brought this in, and it's also incredibly beautiful.
This is how we synthesize music, and now you get these cool patterns in the sand. It's a 2D representation of a 3D phenomenon. It's how our ears actually hear the sound. Now this looks pretty complicated, but let me explain. When that wave goes through time, it's like a movie, and you get these clips, right? But if you look at it through time, it's like a ball, and that ball hits your ear, and that's how your ear processes the sound. It vibrates your ear and it processes it in your brain. So if we push this ball through a medium like air or water or anything that sound can travel through, we can simulate what it looks like in reality. And that's what we do with a program called Touch Designer. There's a lot of talented artists out there, and we are now on the verge of visualizing everything in sound.
Which will be utterly amazing. So, wow. What amazing work those guys are doing, huh? And so sound is something that can be used for levitation as well. I don't know what this is that they've suspended there, but that's an array of speakers, and you can adjust the frequency, and you can rotate, and you can turn things on all three axes. You can move them, you can lift them. I've shown examples of sound speakers where they're literally levitating big slabs of stone using sound. How many kids would be incredibly interested in science and math and all, you know, all of these things if they were taught this kind of stuff in school? Anyway. Yeah, so I was once up in northern Sweden, and we were walking out on a frozen lake, and everyone has seen the whole snowflake thing, right? You've got the fractal pattern. It looks all like all that sound stuff I just showed you is exactly what snowflakes are said to look like. And I grew up in Southern California, where we don't get the best snow, but there were a few times up in the mountains that I was able to drive up and play in the snow a bit, and I got to ski maybe half a dozen times, in my first 20 years. And I saw snow falling, but it was always falling in these clumps. And this day that we were out on this lake in Sweden, it was like 23, maybe 20 below Celsius, really cold. And the snowflakes were falling, and they were falling individually. And I didn't know they really did that, but they were landing on our hair. Well, I had more hair back then. They were landing on my girlfriend's hair and on her shoulder and on her jacket. And because it was so cold, they were landing, and they weren't crushing, and they were individual snowflakes, and every single one of them was exactly like those cymatic patterns that you saw. No two alike, absolutely gorgeous and unique. And you can look into the work of Masaru Emoto and the freezing of water and all of what that reveals to us. That's a beautiful rabbit hole as well. Water has memory. Water can be structured. Water responds to our vibrations. We are water. Water has 4 states: gas, solid, fluid, and structured, which I've only known about for the last couple of years. And structured water is the water that coats all of our capillaries. It's the most important water we have, and we should all be hydrating ourselves with structured water rather than water that's just been broken and abused. So this is just visualizing not the snowflake phenomenon, but what happens when you freeze water. So it's like a thing. Oh, I'm not even showing. Hold on. Yeah, let me back that. Oh, let me replay that. So this is like something you'd use to blow a bubble. Soap. And it's so cold, it's just freezing right there. So, as I understand it, snowflakes have a lifespan. They grow. And then eventually they stop growing. And they clump together with other ones and they fall to the ground. But if you're up in a place where the water is incredibly pure, which it is in the north of Sweden, you can actually witness that incredibly beautiful event. And let's see. Oh my gosh. Do I keep going? I'm gonna keep going if people are still here and they're still watching this. Because let's see. All right, still with me. Cool. I know people dip in and out on these long live streams, and that's okay. And I'll take some clips. Let me just play this guy. He must be a billionaire or something, or at least a multi-millionaire, because he's got the most unbelievable collection of biogeology that you can possibly imagine. And I'm gonna run to the little boy's room while I play this.
Come on. These are the medium-sized pieces. Super cool. This is probably my favorite piece ever. A lot of people think this piece is fake, but I promise you this naturally came out of the earth like this. You have a cool cross of quartz. That's super cool. We just picked up this labradorite. Super crazy flash. This actually comes from the top of the Himalayas. So there's a village, and they can travel up to the top of the Himalayas and can only use their hands. And they usually bring it down about 1 piece a year, and it feeds the village for a year. This one's super, super cool. You won't see an inclusion this big on an amethyst like this anywhere. If you do, let me know. Not at the Smithsonian though. Keep coming. This is the Winter Wonderland case. It's like more of a winter theme. Everything seems super snowy. Like the castle back here, people love the castle piece. It's unreal. This is a shell corner. Don't know much about shells. Love shells though, so don't ask me what kind of shells they are. I don't know what to tell you, but I'm sure there's a shell expert somewhere on TikTok. Keep coming this way. This corner has the lost city of Atlantis. We call it the lost city of Atlantis. These look like skyscrapers to me. And then this is one of my favorite paintings ever. Really, really cool painting. If you keep coming this way, cases aren't really organized to themes, but there's a little bit of everything. The stibnite's super cool. Keep coming over here.
But when I see this stuff now, I just see, you know, this is potentially sap from a tree. It could be, these agates could be portions of petrified tree, petrified sap. They can be body parts in the form of kidney stones, gallstones, actual organs that have petrified. The possible, like, you have to really wrap your head around the idea that literally everything can petrify. Some of it can petrify instantly. Some of it can petrify over long periods of time. And so how is that all going to manifest? And some of that petrified stuff is going to be in different stages of breakdown as well, where you'll have, like, some things are in the process of molding. And so they're going to have an entirely different configuration of petrification than something that was fresh, like a piece of fruit that wasn't moldy, that petrified. So I think a lot of these agates and these things where they slice it open, there's these incredible patterns inside. I think the reason is because they grew that way.
You have some malachite, some pyrite.
Look at that. See this? If I've shown in past videos cross sections of kidney stones and gallstones and these things called bezoars, which are massive stones that grow in cows and horses that can be like a baseball size. And if you cut them open, slice through them with a, you know, like water laser, whatever you cut them with, concentric rings, exactly like the stuff you're seeing here.
Agates in here, some aqua, and these come in part 2 of the collection, crazier.
Yeah, so the gem guy, it's just amazing. He got this massive thing. Look at the shape of that. That's an interesting shape. Kind of like the classic heart, but also like an actual heart stone that I've been showing. All right, breeze through these.
Can be found hidden in plain sight all around us.
Look, I mean, does that look like meat or what? It looks like the different layers of a stomach lining or something like that. The outer layer being the protective fat. Then you have the layers of the muscle, of the abdominal wall muscles. There's transversus abdominis, and you've got the obliques, all the stuff people are trying to, you know, strengthen for their six packs. That's what that looks like to me. Oh, okay. One more little rabbit hole to go down. Let's see, Titan, quarries. Quarried stone. Okay, this isn't quarried stone, but I just showed this because to me this looks like clearly technology. These were in the process of being turned into pillars. Maybe that's what happened here. This can also be formed, I learned from Christopher Gardner. We talked about it in the conversation I had with him, which is a really interesting conversation. I highly recommend that if you haven't seen that video. It's one of my most recent videos on the channel. And he witnessed this occurring. Lightning struck, and the lightning was still smoldering when he went up next to it, and the lightning created a perfectly vertical cylindrical hole in the bedrock. So I mean, this, I don't think lightning would do this, but potentially massive lightning could conceivably do this based on what he was showing, or what he told me about what he witnessed. So these, I'm just looking now at marble that's been quarried, like, or not just marble, but different kinds of stone that have come from quarries. And does this make more sense through just some kind of random compression of wildlife, or does this look like it potentially could have been biological, whether it was tree, whether it was titan, whether it was giant? I don't know, but these are just so phenomenal and beautiful. And you can see in the background here, they can be in massive blocks like this, or they cut them thin, and then they use them for countertops and whatnot. This is what they would call metamorphic rock. It's rock that's on its way to becoming lava. It's been compressed, and it's not the sedimentary layering anymore. It's started to heat to the point where things are swirling together in these different patterns you see, and that's what they call metamorphic rock. Or is it biological? I think for me the answer is obvious now. Quarried stone. I mean, come on. Sedimentary layering, how does that happen? Give me a break. And this? And then like the sediments going, you know, it's laying down. It's like, oh, we're going to do red. Now we're going to do white. Now we're going to do red again. Now we're going to do white. You know, it's the same thing when I'm showing the tree stuff. These sandstone layers, it's like an altering. It's exactly how tree grain grows. And yet we're supposed to believe that this is sedimentary layering that's just laid down like this, and one after the other in you know, switching and repeating, no way. This is in one of the salt mines again. Look at this blue color. No salt could be in blue. All right, making progress. I think I was just showing more example. Oh, this is just showing all these different places where different kinds of quartz are found. And if you rub these together, you get the piezoelectric effect and they glow. I'm going to show a video of that in a second. Now, obviously crystals grow. There's no doubt about that. But I think that like sap, which petrifies to quartz, I think it petrifies to quartz, and then that becomes the substrate for other crystals to grow from it. So there's so many different ways in which this can come about, and obviously I'm not an expert on any of it, but I like to look at it and ponder. And this is somebody rubbing these stones together and actually creating light. And it apparently, oh.
Our crystals are so cold, though. Or, you know, this stuff.
Dude, it smells like mountains.
So, energy in it.
It looks like a dragon head. Wow.
You didn't feel it. It's like still cold.
That's so bizarre. So it looks like
friction.
It looks like the light is coming from friction, but the stones were still cold when he touched them after creating all that light. That's your piezoelectric effect in action. And this is another thing to consider as well. That's a mushroom. You've got different kinds of mushroom like Ganoderma and all these different medicinal mushrooms.
Immune system. So your immune system's not in your neck, it's not in your liver, it's not in your intestines. It runs throughout your entire system. This will rebuild, as well as all the other tree mushrooms, it'll rebuild the white blood cell structure and give them the tools to actually fight. But some mushrooms are better than others and they're more absorbed.
So if you had giant trees, you had giant mushrooms, and at the very beginning of the video, with the music, there are a couple of memes in there that are talking about what the mainstream geological narrative about megaflora and megafauna, that even in the mainstream they tell us that mushrooms reached heights of 12 foot. Well, maybe they reached heights of much, much greater than 12 foot. Maybe Devil's Tower was a mushroom. Well, if a mushroom petrified, what would it look like? And I had, here we go. This is the cross section of that mushroom that he just pulled off of a tree, and I think it's pretty safe to assume that these can also petrify, and then you're going to get some pretty interesting rocky formations based on that. Almost looks a little bit like that the post pile thing that I showed before, and that layer that was on top. So could that be mushroom? Maybe. Maybe. You know, all kinds of different ways. I mean, mushrooms, if you just like look for weird mushrooms. Look at all these different things. Every one of those is a potential weird form of petrification. So that was what I wanted to show there. Here's just looking inside. This is the gem guy again. These are some of his choice, whatever, geode type things. And I just see biology now when I look at this.
Finally, me and you and you.
I don't want to. So, all of your favorite rocks are just, it's all different forms of quartz. That might be tree itself. Thought that was funny, but I didn't want to play the music. So again, something that could petrify. The acorns, which I showed before. This is looking at bile under a microscope. So bile is produced, in our digestive tract. It's one of the digestive juices, and then people get these different gallstones, right? Well, when you look at those stones up close, this is bile, and under a microscope, it's already forming these little stones with concentric rings. I went into this more in my geodes live stream that I did, and this is identical to what a kidney stone looks like also, and they can be very colorful, and they can be big, especially if it's a bigger creature, right? The bigger the creature, the bigger the stones inside the creature. And a single gallbladder can hold hundreds and hundreds of these stones. Liver stones, look at how bright green they are, like jade, interestingly enough, because the Chinese or the Japanese, they revered jade as having special health properties that were supposedly good for the kidney. So take that for what it's worth. There's all of these bright liver stones, and thanks to Derp, he's the one who put me on that. I hadn't looked into those before. So bile looking very green, and also you can look at livers themselves. If there's a particular condition, those are animations, but the liver itself can turn bright green, which again ties into the whole mythology behind. There was a great I can't find it. I've shown it in past videos, but there's a really good example of a liver that, because of this illness, turned literally bright green. And if it were petrified, you would just expect that to be jade. This is Agate Dad. People send him rocks from all over the world, and they're like, "Hey, cut this open for me and show me what it looks like." And I think he'll send it back to them after, and then he opens them on video, and that could easily be a kidney, gallstone, liver stone, you name it. Opal. It's just another video showing a bunch of different manifestations of the gem and mineral kingdom. The stuff that's out there is just nuts. These are all naturally forming. Look at that. Velvet obsidian. Obsidian is tree also. So beautiful. I mean, I've always loved rocks. I got loads of crystals and different things that I've saved, but it's only been the last 5 years that I went off the deep end when it came to rocks because of all of these discoveries and counter narratives. But I mean, it's just nuts, all the different things that can manifest. Look at this one. The inside is phenomenal. Ben from The Archivist, Waking Up with Analog, he's posted some articles where they found giant petrified coconuts. And if you think about coconut, what is it? It's a piece of fruit with a hard shell, and then it's got the fatty inner lining. And when they're young, that lining is soft, but that lining is drinking up the milk, and then it's hardening and it's growing, and then eventually, I would guess it would crystallize, right? And especially over long periods of time. So I think a lot of the geodes are petrified fruit, and that sure looks like something that, you know, could have been almost like a petrified. I mean, I wouldn't expect these colors from a coconut, but some other fruit perhaps. There's the different fruits are amazing. This is a guy harvesting gigantic mushrooms. And again, what would these petrify to? Look at the size of those things. You couldn't even lift it. Megaflora, megafauna. I showed this before. This is a nodule of sap. This is like what Hangman is showing in his videos on sap. And he shows all of the different manifestations. He shows what it looks like fresh. He shows what it looks like petrified. And he even shows in between. And he shows what it looks like when you crush it up and you break it down small. And this could easily turn into a geode. This is growing on the outside of the tree. I'm almost done here, so people can, if there's any questions or any comments that you'd like me to read, put them in all caps, and I'll go through the chat a little bit before I draw this to a close. Thank you, everyone, for being here. It's wonderful to actually, be able to do this for an audience that's interested in this stuff, and so many of these finds have come from you guys and people sharing stuff with me, just like the messages that I've written, and yeah. So I showed this one time, and it's like berries growing on trees. I didn't know about this until some months ago. But you've got, okay, no, these are berries growing on trees, quite literally. I mean, just think of all the different manifestations of berries and how all of that stuff could petrify. But now we want berries growing on tree trunks. Look at this. So if this tree went down, I was showing a guy harvesting geodes in a lava field, and so you've got a lava flow, and then you've got him basically digging out things that look exactly like this, and they're all just there in the lava right next to each other. So how is the lava from a volcano creating berries? Or is the flow going around these things and then petrifying them, and he's digging them out? Just something to consider. I'm not sure if... Oh, that's in a tree trunk. I didn't understand what I was looking at there. So anyway, yeah, just another possibility. This is some random sea creature that I saw. And again, I was just thinking of, what would that thing look like if it petrified? It looked like something that was in that gem guy's home, right? They're filling up with water, and then they spit it out. And probably when they die, because there's muscle involved there, they probably go into contraction, so they're not going to be filled with water. And then you're going to get some kind of a bizarre looking thing when that's petrified. This guy with his...
of thousands of dollars. This is Dwayne, an 11,000 carat Australian opal, and I'd love to cut it open to see what's inside, but my wife won't let me do it. Inside this rock could be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. This is Dwayne, and
that's the biggest opal I've ever seen. But I'll bet they get a lot bigger than that, and they're probably in private Rothschilds, Rockefeller collections that we never get to see. This is just a guy opening a concretion. which showed nothing but calcite veins. And this one had a, what do they call this? A nautilus. So this was, I can't remember if it's a soft or hard-shelled creature that swims through the sea. I think they still, yeah, they still exist. And all I can figure is that it got surrounded by mud instead of whatever it was living in. And then in the course of wiggling before it died, maybe it compacted some of the mud that was around it, and that is what leads to these spherical concretions. But when you know how to spot these things, and you can kind of figure out what the grain is of them, you can just tap them gently with hammers and they'll split right open, and then you can get these things out of them, and they're just amazing. But this first one here, there's nothing in it. So based on that explanation I just gave you, like, what would cause this to form? Who knows? It's a mystery. Ha. Okay, this let me see. Jade liver. Oh man, do I really want to? No, I'll go back to him afterwards because I don't want to finish on the grossest thing ever. So for the squeamish, don't watch this. I'm just going to show what a whale looks like when it explodes. So this is another thing that in the beginning when I started looking at all the petrified organs, I couldn't figure out why would they be found outside the body, but this is what caused me to abandon mud fossil theory, because you know, that's when I started looking at things like volcanism and plasma, electromagnetic petrification, and you know, the whole reason I started to expand my search for explanations was because why would the organs be outside the body without any trace of the body? Now I have a whole bunch of different possible explanations for how that could happen, but this is one of the most obvious of all, which is that once a creature dies and it's floating in salt water, and it does that for a long period of time, it bloats and bloats and bloats until the guy was literally talking about how these things can explode, and it friggin' exploded. What are the odds of that? Like, to witness this. So here's all of your intestines coming out. All of the organs are just going to be ejected from this thing. Those organs are contained in protective fatty sacs, which then are going to also absorb the high mineral content water of the sea, and could already begin the petrification process perhaps in the ocean, especially if you add a bunch of heat. If you add a bunch of heat from volcanism, you know, there's more volcanoes underwater than there are above water. They estimate there's something like 1 million underwater volcanoes. And then you got your mud volcanoes, which are crazy. And he's saying, I just said this thing could explode at any moment, and it literally did. Like, there's a synchronicity for you. Yeah. Really, really gross, but I guess it's not so weird, especially if you have a worldwide flood with the waters of the deep, high mineral content waters, that all of a sudden, you know, you're going to have a lot of dead bodies from the floods that are going to be floating and absorbing that and then eventually explode. And boom, there's another very, very plausible, empirical, evidential example of how organs could probably petrify. Anyway, this guy's collection is just nuts. I'd love to just be left alone in there for some time just to take a look at this at leisure. Anyway, that is the gem guy. So, back to you guys. Lots of synchronicities. Pull up the chat here. Almost 11 o'clock. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 4 hours we've been going. Let me just go back and see if there's anything in all caps. What are my thoughts on Montserrat? I've looked at it a little bit with drone footage, and I don't know. I can't tell you what it is. Oh, and this gets back to something I was going to say before about the mountains around here. I've got some videos locked and loaded that I've just put off because I wanted to find more evidence that pointed in the direction of Titan with some of these sites, and I'm gonna just start bringing these videos out with what I have, and you know, if there isn't more, there isn't more, but it gets back to what I was saying before, the idea that the caves are key, because with caves, if you have eye sockets or ear canals or other orifices, you know, Roger loves to show the petrified vaginas and penises. Who knows if that's what those really are? I don't know. There is something I saw in one of his videos that there's a process by which the member becomes engorged upon death. I can't remember the medical terminology for it, but erections do actually happen upon death in some cases. So who knows? Maybe there's something to all of those phallic photographs and videos he likes to show. But yeah, but as far as the eye sockets go, like I've done with Montgo, the second video and the fifth video are all strictly on the eye of Montgo, and all of the anatomical correlations, the suture lines where the bones meet, you know, because there's 7 different bones that make up the eye socket, like between this bone and this bone, right in here, there's a line where those 2 bones meet. And in Montgo, there's a line that goes exactly and follows, it looks exactly like a suture, and it's 2 overlapping giant bits of stone that follow a line exactly where that would have been. What are the odds, right? There's fissures where the optic nerve goes in. There's like 20 different anatomical features in the eye socket alone of Montgo. And so that's why I think the caves are key, because there's going to be a much higher chance of actually finding some kind of discernible anatomy beyond just stalactites and stalagmites and, oh, it looks like it could have been an orifice or something, actual specific stuff. And I'm really surprised someone else hasn't come along and found that kind of thing like I have with Montgo and started to make videos on it. Maybe someday that'll happen. So the caves are key. I'm going to make a video soon on what I think may have been a troll or a rock biter, or, you know, one of these 50, 100 footers. I found some caves 2 caves side by side where the anatomy matches up in a lot of ways. So you can take that one for what it's worth when it comes out. It's a flight of fancy, but it'll be fun to show you guys. Let's see, any other questions here? Norb thanks me. Oh, brother Norb. I don't know if that's Norb of Norb Theory. That guy did some incredible work with his animations and working in conjunction with, what was his name? The cosmic egg theory. It was cool. Collaboration with Norb, but Norb took all of his videos down. I think some of them are still up on like BitChute or Rumble, but man, I hate it when people take their stuff down. Crop stones from lizard people. Lizard people's a possibility. Any recommendations regarding crystals in the pineal gland? I don't know. What would the pineal gland be made of if it petrified? Maybe diamond. Who knows? I don't know how dense the pineal gland is. Kidney stone petrified. I've heard that the pineal gland has cones and rods. The pineal gland, the third eye thing, I had an experience on ayahuasca one time, which I'll tell the story of in another series I want to do called Cautionary Tales from the Psychedelic Fringe. Because I've got some experience with that. But I was in a ceremony one time, and I was in the throes of a very intense trip, and I covered my eyes with my hands, and at one point I started to be able to see the room perfectly clearly through my hands. And there was a slight veil, but the detail of the room was absolutely perfect. But it was like it was covered with a veil, but I could see everything perfectly. And when I realized, oh my gosh, my hands are still in front of my eyes, I pulled them away and the veil was gone. And I put my hands back and I closed my eyes again, and I could see through my eyelids and through my hands and see everything that was happening in the room. And then at one point, I watched somebody come from the far side of the room, and as they walked by me, my hands were over my face and I could see them right in front of me, and I knew which person it was, and I opened my eyes and I pulled my hands away and they were there right in front of me. So I have a 100% knowing that the third eye is a real thing and that it can open up. Apart from all the synchronicities which I've shared in many of my videos, my experiences on psychedelics are the only other experiences that I've had that have left me knowing that the supernatural is real and that there are other dimensions and there are other realms, and someday I'll share those stories. No, I'm not. I wasn't. Someone says this is not a coconut petrified. Sorry, I wasn't suggesting that was. I was just saying that it's a possibility. And I started to say, but I forgot to finish it. That Ben from Waking Up with Analog, the archivist, has shared turn of the century news articles where they found downed trees and they found petrified coconuts. So coconuts can petrify, without a doubt. Doctors, aka practitioners, have the Rockefeller education. Yep. And I, as a chiropractor, a lot of that Rockefeller education has been foisted upon the chiropractic profession, and a lot of what is truly chiropractic has been intentionally eliminated from the schools. And a lot of the schools are totally under the thumb of the regulatory agencies and the governing bodies that have to do with testing, and you name it. Should be showing the chat here. See, I could do streams on chiropractic as well, and the history of chiropractic and how it was nearly eliminated, and there are some incredible stories to tell when it comes to chiropractic, and I got very deep into the chiropractic profession for a number of reasons. Direct me to any of my clips or other videos regarding mushrooms. I would say go to the Opals Geodes video. Post somebody's name. Martin Kenny, that's who I was thinking of before. Martin Kenny is the one that did the cosmic egg theory, and then he collaborated with Norb, and they put together some of the most amazing animations, which may actually be potentially representations of our realm. I like the idea that it's maybe a tree that expands outward, and that there's a pulsation of our North Pole and a potential black sun that exists there. It's all very, very intriguing. Kirlian photography, I believe very much that that's a real thing. It's showing the energetic parts. You can cut off tips of leaves, and the aura of the leaf is still photographable. So you can remove body parts, phantom limbs, and that kind of thing. I think that at least for a period of time after a person has lost a limb, I don't know if they've done Kirlian photography on limbs, but it works with plants, and definitely check that out. Fabulous presenter, amazing information. Thank you. I appreciate the positive feedback. Really do. You guys are awesome. Martin Kenny, do you think the giants are actually as big as described in the Bible? You know what? When it comes to the old text, that's not my forte. I know that we've got our myths. We've got Yggdrasil, the giant tree from the Norse mythology that's at the center of Earth, which I believe is the North Pole. That ties into the Bach saga and all of that kind of stuff, and a lot of things that have been revealed by Old World Florida and Ben, the archivist, with the ancient writings. So if we've got myths of Titans that come from the Greeks and come from other historical lineages, why not Titans as well? I don't see any reason why not. So, but as far as what's described in the Bible or the Book of Enoch or these, that's not my forte, memorizing texts and giving dates and times and numbers. And some people like to get hung up on that kind of stuff, and then they'll cast out the baby with the bathwater because some text didn't say something. And then it's like, okay, but what about all the stones? What about all the evidence over there? What about that? How about we start with that, and then we work our way backwards and look at the text and look at the newspaper articles and we look at the mythology and we do a little syncretism and look at the overlaps and be a little open-minded. That's what people should be. I'm a little snarky about that because there's one person in particular that I'm frustrated with when it comes to that. So, yeah. What else? Anything else? Oh, I've gotten to the end of the chat. Okay. If you want the best breakdown on evidence for the existence of Titans, go through my Unveiling a Titan series, parts 2 through 6. You don't need part 1. Part 1 was just an opener, and a lot of the stuff in that I would have changed because it was the first video I ever made, and there's a bunch of pictures in there I never would have included, and a bunch of things I talk about that I would have talked about differently. Oh, Shiva says, I wrote Martin Kenny because you were asking for whom Norb did the animations. Ah, right. Yeah, he wrote Martin Kenny. Yeah, I remembered it on my own, but thanks, Shiva. Good to see you, bro. Shiva was the one that put me in touch with Archaics. We had a very interesting conversation that that's on my channel and on his. Yeah, some areas have hundreds of foot thick layers of black coal seams, and I just find that to be evidence of the great trees. And we're talking trees that were 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 miles in diameter at the base. We've come a long way in a short time, definitely. And I'd like to think that I'm offering some data points and some clues and some actual concrete evidence, you know, that's going to help people syncretize and show that these aren't crackpot ideas. These aren't crazy wanderings of you know, minds that are too open. This is stuff that's all linking together in incredibly perfect ways. And between the heartstones and the great trees, and now I've got a couple of cardiologists who are on board with my findings in the stones. Can't wait to maybe film one of them actually in the room with them and picking them up, and maybe they can point out stuff that I don't recognize, because these are people who've been actually in the chest dealing with the hearts, right? They ought to know. And I mentioned that Chris, one of the two of them that put me in touch with Manel, she's coming on Friday. We're going to have dinner, and I'm going to hopefully have time to show her the stones, and we're going to hike up to the Eye of Montgo. So taking it forward finally was something I had hoped to do 4 or 5 years ago when I reached out to the foundation. I was hoping they would put me in touch with exactly these people, and Providence and synchronicity has brought it to fruition. You can burn lots of wood and and only get a bit of ash. Yeah, there's something else about it that turns it to wood. It's pressure and I think salt water. I'm not sure. In my conversation with Topher Gardner, Christopher Gardner, it's a great conversation. Listen to that if you haven't heard it. He talks about biochar. His podcast is called Biocharisma at topherhq.com. And he knows how to make biochar, which is one of the most incredible substances for growing anything. $11 in the night here. I've been going for 4 hours. I think I'm gonna wrap this up. There's still 150 of you watching. That's amazing. Yeah, somebody's got the pitchfork there, or the trident. I keep seeing that all the time in Old World Florida streams, the trident and the oranges. He and I have had a couple of back and forths on Instagram. We almost had a time scheduled to talk. I hope that happens again soon. Or not again, but I hope that it does happen soon. And maybe he's seen some of this stream. Shout out to him. He's done some amazing research and some awesome videos that are well edited, visually appealing, incredibly well narrated, and just dropping truth bomb after truth bomb. So yeah, shout out to him. Shout out to everyone in the chat, to the mods, to anyone who donated if there were donations. I see some links. I'll get back to those later. And I did it. Had a lot I wanted to cover, and got through it, and would chop it up. If anyone wants to go through this and pick out some of their favorite sections and give me timestamps as a help, because otherwise it's going to take me a ton of time to go through and find some of the best bits to cut into smaller videos for the people who don't have time. A lot of people just dip in and dip out. They're here. The average watch time on these things is about 30 minutes. So 30 minutes out of 4 hours isn't very much time. They miss most of it. But when I do the short videos, those get as many views as these long ones do. So it's a great way for those people to see some of the gems that were covered. All right, everyone. Much love. I really appreciate your time coming. Time is the most precious thing we've got, even if it is somewhat mutable. And yeah, keep your heart soft. They do work better that way. And yeah, especially while we're alive. Softer the better. Love is all there is, right? All right. Take care, everyone. Hope you enjoyed it. Bye-bye.